Good day and good evening, and welcome back to Palace of the Dead with me, Caetsu Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. Tonight, we're going past floor 100 again. So we'll see how many sets of floors we can get tonight. And that said, hey Yannick, hey Erdel, hey Nox, hey Taliban, hey Zaf, hey Gazel, hey Ceros, hey Tremere Marius, hey Darth, hey Agent Monica, hey Giraheen, and hey Sally. Hope you're all doing very well. Nox says, I just made another alt as a thaumaturge. Just learned Blizzard 2. Nice of them to give you your full AoE rotation early. I mean, once you get Fire 2, you'd probably want to use that too. But it certainly doesn't feel like much. I think there's like 2 guild tests where your AoE rotation is actually just Blizzard 2. I'm pretty sure. Which of course leads to the awkward situation where you have to choose between Fire 1 on, you know, a few targets, or Blizzard 2 to like cleave it. You also have Thunder 1 at that time, that's also awkward. Thank you, Darth. The good news about the floors past 100, Darth, is that it's not entirely that, as far as I know, but it's mostly just the first 100 floors. But with, like, the enemies are way juiced up. So, like, you'll see a lot of things you've seen before. The difference being that for the first, like, for the floors 101 to, like, 140 or so, you'll meet enemies where originally you were, like, level below 60. And as you fight your way through, you level up. And on 101 to 140, those enemies are of course juiced up to be stronger because so are you. But it still means that there's like a bunch of floors where the enemies are relatively simple, quote unquote. Still harder. But good luck. Hey Gleaming, Vince and Caroline, hope you're doing well. And thank you. Nom. Food. And then it's just in before, I just immediately face plant as always. Just immediately just... Oh, maybe not. I have got the sight. So last week, I also recall that, I'm pretty sure it was, I can't remember if it was the Palace of the Dead stream or the Extreme Farm stream. It might have been both. But I specifically remember that it was very warm, so I relearned that there's a reason why I referred to the monster, the PC I'm on right now, as my little son. And that's S-U-N, not S-O-N. It can get very hot. Now for the game to never be nice to you again. I feel like that's just a gold standard for me and Palace of the Dead. Speaking of, the one time I don't look. Oh, flight. But because of that, I have the window behind me just slightly open, just slightly. Hopefully that'll work, so it doesn't get too hot in here. Hey Jeff, hope you're doing well. Oh boy. This is what we call dangerous. Let's not backpedal into more mobs, acting like I'm not safe in the room that I'm already actively exploring, despite having a sight. Yay, Jeff. Hope you're doing well, and thank you. I wonder what that glowy thing is. The orange glowy thing? Oh yeah, I'm not gonna step on that. Is that an explosive trap? It looks like an explosion. Big PCs do tend to get warm. Yeah, the funny thing is that I would have assumed that my other PC would have gotten warmer because playing Final Fantasy XIV at the graphic settings it was capable of, which was like high settings, already pushed the GPU to its limits, whereas this one is like... it's at like 70%, 70 to 80%. I don't think I actually want to use alteration. I feel like I'm just gonna focus on pushing some floors, since I have 3 of everything. Except resolution, which I probably won't be needing. Not anytime soon. I'll probably find plenty. But that's kind of what I mean, Sally, which is why I was like, the other PC was giving it everything it had. So surely that would be warmer, right? Oh wait, the exit opened. That is the way I thought it anyway. But sometimes it's also just about the hardware. Sometimes it's about the hardware. If I recall correctly, there's something about both the CPU and the GPU in this PC being like designed for hotter temperatures, so... So it might just naturally get a little warmer. Bom, bom, bom. 2 rooms with blind. Depends on the voltage drain of each component. Yep. That sounds about right. That sounds about right. Admittedly, I'm not the smartest person on computer hardware, so like the only reason I made that connection was, well, one PC is working really hard, the other one is not working as hard, so surely it doesn't get as warm. Because that's not how it works. And then it's good that you're here to explain it to me. Hey Caitlin, hope you're doing well. Sounds like you are. I am doing well. We're just progressing through the Palace of the Dead. You're a math nerd, you're supposed to know everything. Everything? Is that how that works? I know a lot. But even by math standards, I feel like I was better at many of the fundamentals than being mega awesome at the more complex stuff. Oh right, we didn't have a safety or anything on this floor yet. What are you? Affluence? That's kind of nice. According to TV shows, yeah, I thought you just had to be a nerd to know everything in TV shows. Like you just had to reach the compounding amount of knowledge that the universe just decides that you're a nerd, and suddenly you know everything. Like some sort of a party buff or job trait that you unlock by leveling high enough in being a nerd. Hey Rillian, hope you're doing well. If TV taught me anything, it's that science is a single skill. Yeah, exactly. Are you good at science, then you're good at all things, right? Good luck, Rillian. Gleaming says, like some kind of party buffer job trait. Nerd. Yeah, that would be the description a nerd would give it, wouldn't it? Oh wait, the exit is open. I want to see this treasure first, though. What are you? Oh. You're a switch up that forces me to fight an additional mob. I should have just exited. That was the advice that I think both Caroline and Yannick told me last time I wiped out, was that I shouldn't be checking chests when the exit is open. It could be a mimic wasting my time. Exactly, Kirin. You just reach the critical mass and then it suddenly just goes... And then you become big smart. Big old giga brain. Well, the exit is over. I'm bringing you with me. Come, let's have a talk as I explore. Come, join me, stag. Two treasures. What are you? Safety. Oh, that's perfect. That was the reason why I didn't just initially grab mobs. Is that maybe I'd grab something and then step in a luring trap, and I'd rather not do that. What? Another lost. Wah. A squirrel! Oh boy. Excuse me? Nice, Yannick. I talk with my bullets, exactly, Caitlin. Thank you, Aradil. Oh, that's a silver chest. Actually, I want to talk with you as well. There's another stack. That was really stupid of me. That was really stupid of me. Whoop. It's a friend box. It dropped 2 max potions. Box's friend just like Wall. Yeah. All the things that could kill you are friend. Scamper? What does that do? Oh, it gives you haste. Freer in box. That could also be. Okay, you're blind. I'll just grab this loot then. Rage. Yeah. Doink. 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 And grab you. And the exit was in here. Well, that's dangerous, Caitlin. You can remove Squirrel's speed stack buff with arm's length. Ah, that is interesting. Because they're opposing effects, I suppose? It is an interesting trick. It's just it requires that it seems needed before I do it, I think. What are you? More fortune. More affluence. So much treasure. Caden, when you say try this, are you talking about doing Palace of the Dead solo, like this, what I'm doing? Or do you mean something else? Hey cat, hope you're doing well. You could try it, Caitlin. I'm just saying that if you have never done a deep dungeon before, it might be a pretty big step up. It might be better to try it with a group first, at the very least. What is this? Lost. I mean, exactly, Caroline. That makes sense. That's what I mean, is that it makes sense that the opposite effect would cancel out. It's just super rare that ever comes up outside of like something like Palace of the Dead, I suppose. That is pretty good though, Telema. It is difficult when it's because you run out of time. That is rough. But thank you, Ardell. That must have been difficult to find. Nine Tails, hope you're doing well. I just used a safety. I can run into the room as we fight. And that is good advice, Darth. If you're just in it for the title or the achievement itself and you're not having fun, then it's probably not worth it. But if you are having fun, he opened a bronze chest in the YouTube headquarters. Oh, nice. And it wasn't a mimic. You were steel? In retrospect, that would have been nice to have active for this battle. That's a strength. That, I think, is worth the extra enemies that I'm fighting now. Yeah, that sounds about right, really, and I'm pretty sure that it's almost the gold standard that you'll die to the black hole thing in Abyssal Fracture when you're there the first time, because it is a little weird. It's a little weird to dodge it. Hey Peekahoo, hope you're doing well. Rhino Guard gives evasion up. I would have assumed it would give like damage down, or damage taken down, vulnerability down, I suppose. Thank you, Hogger Creeper. Hope you're doing well. Oh, I think the difference here, Caitlin, is that fate farming achievements is more like a time investment thing. Whereas the Necromancer title of doing this is... if you're not... it's not just a time investment thing. Of course, more time invested helps, but it's one part luck and one part skill as well. So that is why it would require that you really put in the time to get it. Whereas something like just doing fates for an achievement prog is like, you can do that like mindlessly while you're just, I don't know, watching a TV show, I suppose? Or maybe you're watching a YouTube stream, for instance, or like with someone playing a small dragon wearing all pink. Wouldn't that be weird? I'm also like on my end, I'm slowly working through the levequest achievements. What are you? Witching. Isn't that the 7 to 8 year one? Yes, it is. But the thing is, you can't actually progress it that much exactly because of that. Because of the leave allowance that gets in the way. So, like, my advice, if any of you are interested in working on the levequest achievement, is, speaking of from my personal experience, try to make sure that your leave allowance does not get near 100. Because doing, like, 10 leave quests in, like, a short while is somewhat manageable. But when you reach the point where you need to do 100, I remember when I was working through the unique leave quests for gatherers, I think it took me 3 hours to work through like 100 leave quests of those kinds. So that's what I mean, is that if you let them accumulate too much, it'll be insurmountable, and then you might just not bother. Brum, 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 brum. I'm pretty sure that this is at least a much faster set of runs of this specific set of floors than the previous weeks. There is one for combat as well, Taldemar. There is one for all the unique combat leaves, or not all, because there's actually more combat leaves available than the highest unique achievements. Achievement for it. So you don't need to do all of them. You need to do most of them. But then there's one for all the unique minor achievements and all the unique, or not achievements, leave quests, and the one for all the for the unique botanist leave quests, and one for every crafter. And just for the all the gatherer crafter situation, as I recall, because of the additions of Dawntrail, you need 10 temple leaves for each of them. Just not for the combat leaves, because they didn't add anything to that. You need 10 temple leaves for each, which means that you take every single crafter and gatherer, and then you just go, well, you also need 100 allowance for just the temple leaves. Which is fun. Thank you, Lisa. Break a gun. There's also, in addition to that, Taldemar, there's also an achievement for completing the unique Grand Company leaves for each Grand Company. You can do those without being affiliated with the given Grand Company. So, that's also pretty handy, right? And there's also one for doing 500... Oh boy. Company leaves from each Grand Company. So, like, they're just also there, waiting in the wing. But yeah, that would be my recommendation, based on what I've seen, is that it might be a good idea to do 10 temple leaves, like, or so, for each of the types that you need 10 unique temple leaves for. And then do, like, regular leaves for the rest. You actually need, for gatherers and crafters, you need all of the regular leave quests. Every single one to get the achievement, in addition to the 10 temple leaves. Like, the temple leaves are there to top up, because there aren't actually enough regular leaves. And if you actually manage to get through all the unique ones, like every single one, then my recommendation would be, don't just start to spam, like, crafting leaves until the 5,000 crafting leaf quest achievement is done. Don't do that, because it'll take you so long to do that an entire additional expansion will get added, and there's a reasonably high chance, based on what I've seen, that you will probably need... You might need the remaining temple leaves for each crafter and gatherer at that point, based on how they've typically expanded on them. And there will be more like, that will also be a thing you'd need to work on. And if you've already finished the 5,000 lave quest one, then, like, you've just wasted leaves. You could have just spread them evenly between combat, gatherer, and crafter leaves, and then you wouldn't have wasted anything. So that would be my advice, is that if you actually run out of unique lave quest achievements, that's when you start working on your on just, like, spreading them out evenly. I would even say, if you haven't finished the Grand Company leave quest achievements, do those first, because it's incredibly unlikely that those will ever be expanded upon again. It's basically abandoned content. Oh, see, the thing is, Telema, once you reach the point where it's just 5,000 leaves, you will have reached the point where you've done all of the unique ones, and there's a reasonable possibility that you know which ones are easy to do. And just for the crafters alone, there's a reasonable chance that, like, you can just spend your daily lave quest allowance on, I don't know, like, a crafting one where you need to hand in, like, a blue spirit tile. You just need a little bit of blue spirit ore, and you just make the tiles, and you can just make them like that. So, like, you can just have, like, a stack of blue spirit tiles, and you just do that 6 times every day. And you can do the same with gatherers, because fishing specifically can have those live quests where you just need to hand in a thing. So you can finish them in an instant. It's such a drag. It is a drag. The thing is, because it doesn't take that long, it's not too bad. But if you're an achievement hunter, then it's something you can do. Something you can spend your time on. And because it is a kind of achievement that is bottlenecked by dailies, essentially, it is a case of, if you ever looked at lave quest achievements as much as once and thought, maybe I should do them, if you don't, then every day that you're already maxed on your lave allowance, you have lost a day. I'm pretty sure that I've played Final Fantasy XIV long enough that had I started when I, like, on levequest stuff, when I started, I would still probably not have finished, but I would be getting close. Like, I would be getting closer. Hey, Bronson, hope you're doing well. I looked at my Pomanders starting this fight thinking, maybe I should use a steal or something, but then it occurred to me that I probably don't need it, and I do have a strength, so I'm probably fine. And by holding that steal, the next set of 10 floors I can run faster. Because then I don't have to go looking for another steal before I can, you know, just eat one. However, I don't think I'll beat this boss with 30 minutes remaining. I think I'll just be short. I'll just be short. What do you mean? You are short. You're a small dragon. Bum, 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 bum. Ow. Oh, whoops. I should have held a little bit more heat. I should have also sent that bot way sooner. Ow. Hey, not the wheel. Hope you're doing well. I've previously described some of these achievements. Let me give an example here. I previously described achievements like this one, actually. Where, like, the completion requirement is so ludicrously high that no reasonable person, like, no reasonable person would do this under normal circumstances. Like, the only way you're doing this is if you deliberately go and do this. These achievements are essentially like how some MMOs will have, like, a statistics page where you can read, like, all about what stuff your character has done. This is kinda like that. Which, of course, also comes with a massive caveat that if you actually manage to break the barrier on such an achievement and finish the last one, then you're like, well, how many enemies have I crushed? At least 200,000. A small lizard, but a big heart. Thank you, Nox. And yeah, that is a good point, Yannick. To Taldemar's question, that there's a reasonable chance that even if you could find an older like tincture to use, there's a reasonable chance that that tincture will be more expensive to produce than just the newest one. Oh, fantastic! Here's your steel. Welcome up. If this is a strength, it's a rage, but that would have been really funny. You know what? We can probably use a rage for some exploration. Skadoosh. Thwack. Exploration, indeed. Oh! That's really neat. That is incredible. Here's your rage. You're gonna need it. The exit room is a party house with a luring trap. Oh, right. It was in this room over here. Thank you, Aridil. That's also probably true, not the wheel. I imagine some of the old achievements that set some ludicrous bar is probably a case of they assumed that that content would stay relevant. And also that, I mean, in an MMO, asking you to do something 5,000 times that you do regularly is like, you'll get there eventually. But something like levequests, which you are probably not going to be doing that much. It's absolutely insane. Like, if you think about it, like with the mentor roulette achievement, if you did one mentor roulette a day, just one, it would still take you years to do that. But the funny thing with how sometimes older items that are not better than the newer items under any circumstances, like for instance older tinctures where like a newer gem draft is only worse if it's more expensive and you don't need the extra power, is simply that, let's say that a Shadowbringer's tincture is good enough, like you don't need anything more than that. But the Shadowbringer's tincture relies on materials that specifically exclusively drop in, or like appear in Shadowbringer's content. So you need special, like you need to invest poetics in that, for instance. And you also need specific drops, like from a gathering node, that are also, again, from Shadowbringers. So you need to go and specifically collect that. Then all those materials start to be really luxurious items because no one has a reason to go and collect those items under normal circumstances. Whereas the more recent gem drafts are like they're being used for an item that people know will buy. Like the materials to make the newest gem drafts will sell eventually, so people feel compelled to collect those. Oh, an extra racing. Well then. To collect those because they know they make money. Yes, the older materials will be like a lot more expensive, so you would make more money, but who's buying them? And then once you add in the fact that that the newer gem draft is ultimately just as good, then if the price is higher on the older item, then you have no reason to make it. There is one thing that I remember that I thought was pretty funny. When I started on the Extreme Countdown streams, specifically for Shiva, I had actually prepared relatively old tinctures. I think they were just called potions. But those were more quote-unquote concentrated than the newer ones, so they only lasted like 15 seconds. But then I actually, like, after making them, I ran the numbers and I was like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. The newest tincture at the time is better and lasts longer. So Kai's on track to complete Men's achievement in about 3 years. Yeah, that sounds about right. There's a fall off using new ones. The way that gem drafts and other items like them, like food buffs, work is that they give you, like, if it's high quality, it'll give you 10% more stats up to a cap. The higher grade of... Did it drop? Every time that I don't, like, actually pay attention, they drop something. But the way that those kind of items work is that they'll say that they give you, like, say, 10% more mind up to a cap. And the higher item level gem drafts will give more. The higher item level tinctures will give, like, will have a higher limit. So unless the older potions give you more than 10%, there's a reasonably high chance that the newer things are better. $474.5 mental roulettes per year. Ah. Does that add up? It might add up. Doing around 10 every week. I guess that's how you calculated it, and that probably adds up. Who knows? Maybe I'll go on to do more of them per week at some point. You've deviated several times on the 10 every week. A few times. Most of the time when it isn't exactly 10, it's because I failed a duty. So I basically add an extra one to make sure that I get 10 cleared duties at the very least. But I have had cases where I didn't even manage to do 10. It's a cobra. And the guild has the incident. Yeah, the one where I did 30. Party room, party room. Thanks. Oh, wait, wasn't the horde on the previous floor? Whoops. Oh, well. Yeah, part of what I've also kind of noticed is that if I do much more than 10, then to keep the mental roulette videos in a reasonable length and still having, like, not just skipping over things, like, it starts to get awkward if it's not like, oh yeah, there was like 15 duties when nothing happened. So, like, that is also part of the reason why I usually stick to around 10. So more than 10 a week on average would probably require that I did, like, multiple sets a week. I mean, I could do that. I actually got a comment on one of my mentor a good day in mental roulette videos somewhat recently from someone that said that the worst part is that this is only once a week. That is the worst part, though. Aw. I might also one day do a mental roulette live. But if I do that... Oh, it didn't even notice me. Jumping right at it. I would probably have to, like, hide a lot more stuff. Because it's, you know... When it is live, then suddenly I can't just... cover it up if something really, really awkward happens. And when I mean really awkward, I mean for everyone, not just me being an idiot. I feel like usually if I'm an idiot, I point it out. I just admit it. Like, yeah. Like, stuff happens and then I died. And then I just move on to explaining what else happened. It's only fair. I'm going to point out when others make mistakes. I should also point it out when I do. Hey Magnus, hope you're doing well. I want to see people play worse than me so I feel better. Aw. There was actually a bunch of people that said something to that effect on the one from yesterday. Hey Moral, hope you're doing well, and thank you. Yeah, exactly. You know, Ceres, that was actually something that I used to worry about. But I don't worry about that so much anymore. If you watched the Dragoon one recently, which featured Taldamar, by the way, that wasn't a like, me landing in the same duty as Taldamar was a coincidence. But Taldamar ended up in that duty on Chaos, Taldamar's from Light, by trying to snipe me in the first place. And just missing. And then I landed in their duty instead. And when I then was missing a tank, the way Taldamar landed in my duty was that I was basically giving the play-by-play of the things happening, and Taldamar just went, what would happen if I queued right now? Dunk! And then they landed in the duty. So, like, what I mean by that is that Taldamar has sniped me more than once, deliberately. Milo, who is in my raid team, has also successfully sniped me. And the way that people have started being able to snipe me is because, well, there's a, you know, I say when I do the recording, so people have started watching if I'm, like, queuing for stuff on a Monday evening, right? My point being that there could be manipulation regardless of whether I'm live or not. The duty sniper got sniped. Yeah, exactly. Like that meme with the people in a line holding a gun to each other. Moral says, I wonder if Narnia Healer was also leveling Black Mage. Oh boy. And thank you, Email. Also, I hope you're doing well. But I'm glad that a lot of people enjoy the mental roulettes. Like, I have the capacity to, like, technically I could just make 3 of those each week, but I feel like that might get very samey. Because it would be 3 of those instead of 1 and 2 other things. Well, a lesson learned there. If the salamander actually gets the stone skin off, there's no point in me even attacking it. I might as well just wait or generate resources or something. It took my entire hypercharge to do like 200 damage in that time frame. I guess it would be like 500 per year then, Nox? Like just approximately like 500 and a bit. Yeah, that sounds possible, Yannick. The annoying part being that I should just never fight a salamander. Like, I shouldn't bother fighting a salamander if I don't have my interrupt on hand. Ugh. Hi, guys. Oh, boy. Oh, man. Ow. Thank you, Moral. I just turn a corner and then everything just goes sideways. Yeah, that sounds about right, Pikachu. I fortunately have plenty of purity, so I can just remove that. But when I'm paying attention, I usually will... Oh, there's 2 of them. I will usually just not open a chest if my interrupt isn't ready, just in case. There's actually also a funny thing that came up a few times in the comments on that. Oh no, I have to deal with the stone skin here. I shouldn't have pulled you. I shouldn't have pulled you. Hey Emily, hope you're doing well. Oh right, I shouldn't waste that. There were a few comments on the video yesterday when a few people said that they were a little shocked that the so-called Narnia healer didn't get kicked, and that the group just put up with it. Like let me put it like this. I believe it was a Reaper in my group. I think it was a Reaper. Might have been a different job. The other mentor who was trying to help, they seem to have a lot less patience than me. So if someone was going to vote kick them, it was probably them before me. And they were putting up with it, so... Viper, right. I think the reason why I remember them as a Reaper is because they were a Reaper in a previous Mentor Roulette video. But I didn't give that much attention to that bit because that was a part of that duty where a few people left. So it's just not important. Like, whatever. What's important is that Viper was giving it 110% there. But yeah, on that note, I did mention somewhat recently my musings of the Chaos Agent in a difficult duty. A player who's deliberately messing up the group. So if you thought it was shocking that that healer that was actually trying didn't get kicked, you'll be shocked. would be shocked. Yeah, I don't know, Moral. I feel like part of it came down to no one else was leaving, right? And it seemed possible to win. And that too, Yannick. I feel like also that is a lot more reasonable when you think about it. Is because if no one else has voted to kick that person, then you can have like, you can look at it as that person is preventing me from succeeding. Or, oh right. Or, well, everyone else is putting up with this person, so clearly I'm the problem. So I'll just leave. Like, I'm the one who has a problem with this person. I'll just leave. Which is also reasonable. Initiating the cake is anonymous? Yes. Although sometimes you can kinda pinpoint who probably initiated it from context clues. You know, for instance, if someone gets mad when the vote cake doesn't go through, there's a reasonable probability you know who tried to vote cake in the first place. And they might also have been complaining about that person previously. And they might also just be the most vocal person in the group. They're the only one complaining. Things like that. But yeah, on my end, depending on how long you've watched that series of mentor roulettes, if you watched them back in Endwalker, when I also did them, you would have seen that back then, every single thumbnail had the abandoned duty pop up and a big no on it. Or a mouse cursor saying no on it. It takes a lot for me to leave. And it's really easy for me to do that if I kick the problem players, right? It's almost like cheating. I never leave. I just kick the bad guy. And also because from my perspective, it also adds some, like it adds to the experience in a way, right? If it's possible to win with that player, then I'd rather do it. And then, like, the best way, one of the best ways to learn what not to do is to see someone do it. So for instance, I learned actually from that Shiva run that even though healing has a huge negative enmity multiplier, as in less than 1, so healing shouldn't be super impactful, it turns out that spamming Medica 1 can make you have more enmity than a good DPS. Turns out. How do you learn that? By seeing someone do that. So, like, that was something I learned. And it's also just like an easy lesson for people that might go, well, I don't understand why people say I should do things in this and that, this or that way. Why can't I use Medica 1 when, like, there's just a little bit of healing needed that isn't really needed and just do it to top everyone up? Why can't I do that? Because then you run out of MP. Things like that. A demonstration is very effective. Not surprising because it gets multiplied by 8. You're right, Zaf, but let's just say that healing enmity starts at half the healing done. And then a lot of healing also has like an additional. I don't know if it's instead of the halving, or if it's in addition to, but some AoE healing, like Medica 2, I believe, has a 0.35 multiplier, meaning that it's closer to a third. So, and there's also the part that it turns out that 100 cure potency tends to be less than 100 damage potency. So, like, there's a lot of things playing not in the favor of healing, which is why I would find it surprising that just spamming heals would work. But in retrospect, less surprising, right? Hey, PH, hope you're doing well. And thank you so much for the support, Moral. Welcome to the Cult of the Pink. I hope you enjoy the emotes. I don't want. I can't. I CBA alteration. We don't need it. We have everything. We have everything. We have it all. Well, the key there, Caitlin, is that, and I have a whole video on that topic, is that you don't just suddenly avalanche someone with information. You ask if they'd like advice first. That way, like, you've gotten permission. But sometimes it can be difficult in, like, a difficult duty. Like, for instance, technically, I don't think I ever asked for permission to give the Narnia healer in yesterday's video advice, but it was like a case of, you need to do this, or we can't do this. Like, you need to do this. So, I don't actually care whether you want the advice or not. Like, it would be similar to, like, a tank not pulling and not doing anything. Like, just not turning on the tank stance in a regular duty. You need to do that. So if you're not doing that, I'm going to tell you that you have to do that. Even if you don't want to hear it. You have to do that. But there's, like, a huge leap from getting suddenly unsolicited advice to, like, failing the absolute bare basics, right? Like, it's not quite the same. And sometimes it's not even the basics. If it's an actually difficult duty, then you may sometimes be offered something a little bit more complex. Like the healing thing. Thank you, Riddle. It's good to hear, BH. I'm also having a good time. I'm trying to run a little bit faster here in Palace of the Dead this time around. And the particular tip that I'm focusing on with that is not opening any chests if I've already unlocked the exit. That's a surprising leap, Caitlin. On the one hand, I can understand. I could understand, like, if they know anything about you, I could kinda understand why they would just jump ahead to, you're not ready for this. Because sometimes someone might say, I wonder what it looks like inside, implying they want to go. But it's not exactly the most helpful information to give someone, right? I wonder how it would, like, how to do this thing. You can't do this thing. Okay. How would I be able to do this thing, right? Tell me that. Like a long time ago, I was in a free company with someone who saw the Cerberus mount from the Lupin Regine Savage, and were like, I want that. And I knew that they were not super great at the game. They were a very nice person, but they were not super great at the game. So I told them that they're probably not ready for that, and they should probably, like, work their way up to that. This was also in Shadowbringers, so just keep that in mind. That was when that content was relevant, right? And I frequently offered to help teach them, like to figure out how they could improve, like all various things. I was there ready to help. Not once did they take my advice. I was a little more brutal with my advice back then. I think I actually talked about this particular thing in my how to give advice to other players video. That I made that mistake myself. And that's part of the reason why I know that those kinds of mistakes don't work. Like, that those strategies don't work. Is because I tried and they don't work. But they didn't take my advice. They didn't take my offer of assistance. And the kind of nail in the coffin of it all was that at some point, the free company we were in had planned a Diamond Weapon Extreme event, which was, again, current content. And, well, we had logs after the fact, and I could see from those logs that that friend was just like, they were not ready. They were not ready. I tried to give them, like, to point, like, I didn't just say you're bad. I pointed out the things that I could see, explained why it was a problem, and gave them suggestions and advice, and still, again, offered, I could help you. I want to help you. I'm not saying that you won't ever get that Cerberus mount. I'm saying that you have to work hard for it. That's what I'm saying. But it never happened. I since left that free company. Let's see. Oh, that's painful, Bronto. That sucks. Hopefully that goes over soon. I've just barely gotten out of a like several days where I had like some sort of infection in my ear. And as it slowly went away, I went from having like muffled sounds in that ear. I don't think I'll make it. Nope. I should have gotten closer or further away. But as the muffling sound slowly went away, it was replaced with constant ringing. Just a constant, like, ee sound all the time. That just went away, like, today. It's the worst. You have it right now. Some people have it all the time. I don't think I need anything for this. Let's just wing it, right? Pew! Pew! It is funny that, Nox. I've heard from players that have played, you know, more Final Fantasy games that Scathe, in the games that Scathe exists in, is crazy strong. Like, Scathe is normally something that should be more comparable to Flare at the very least, as I understood it. Yeah, that's exactly right, Darth. The funny thing is, I don't even know if it's funny. The weird thing is that in Shadowbringers, I recall that generally it was considered a fact that that Red Mage was like the easy DPS to play. You might think about that and go, how is that even possible considering what easy DPS there are to play now? But let's just say that relative to what was available at the time, Red Mage was like the easier to pilot DPS for a decent performance, because it was ranged, its rotation wasn't too complex, you didn't have to track dots, summoner, you didn't have, you know, astral fire, so on and so forth. So when I met players that had like a hard time with whatever job they were playing, like that job was really difficult, I would sometimes suggest, have you tried Red Mage? And I also said this to this person. Now, the reason they played Ninja was that their character looked cool when they were a ninja. Which, I mean, fair. Right? Like, okay, I feel like that's actually a fair reason. That is actually a fair reason to choose something. But Ninja was just too hard for the way they played the game. Like, that was the reason why I suggested they tried something else. And the funny thing is that they eventually tried Red Mage, like months after I had given up trying to suggest it to them. And when they finally tried it, they were like, oh yeah, Red Mage is awesome. I'm like, I know, right? That was, in my mind, pretty funny. Hey, Rythian, hope you're doing well. But there's of course the possibility that the reason why they refused to switch to trying Red Mage because I suggested it was because, and this is actually a really big point in that video I made about teaching other players, I wasn't the nicest person about giving the advice to them. So I could perfectly picture that part of the reason why they didn't want to take my advice was because I wasn't the nicest person to them when giving my advice. I've learned since. But they would rather not be Red Mage exactly because I had suggested it. Just to prove me wrong. And that's the thing. Exactly, learning how to teach takes a long time. Girian says, was that Red Mage comparison relative to mages or DPS in general? DPS in general. Spike can be a powerful motivator. Yeah, it can. Just consider that in Shadowbringers, there was no Viper, no Reaper, and no Pictomancer. Summoner was not easy to play. It was considered one of the harder jobs to play. Some would say the hardest job to play. Like, it was competing with Black Mage on difficulty. Shadowbringer's Dancer was probably also pretty easy. But the key difference being that Dancer, even in Shadowbringers, had a pretty hard emphasis on burst optimization. Devilment, technical finish, proper pull timer and everything needed. Red Mage had Embolden and Modification, I guess. But in Shadowbringers, because raid buffs were not nearly as streamlined yet, it was not something that more casual groups even worried about. So Red Mage having Embolden was like, yeah, you use that with Modification. Boom. So Red Mage had a raid buff, but it had the button to spend the raid buff. Easy game. Dancer had to like really properly set up. So while Dancer in general was probably like overall easier than Red Mage. Dancer had the requirement that you understood bursting and so on and so forth to actually do that, whereas Red Mage was like, it had a burst, but it was like pretty clear. Exactly, PH. And that was actually a huge point of that video I made, was that that would be what would happen. Is that if you're really a jerk as you give advice, then the person is not going to care and don't want your advice. Don't suggest it to an unlucky person. What are you talking about, silly? That's not how randomness works. I mean, Red Mage was also pretty heavy RNG. You can feel unlucky, but there isn't exactly a difference where... Sally says, while that statement is true, the response you'll get every single time is, I'm not lucky enough to play it. I think I've met one person... I would actually say ever, that said, I don't want to stack crit, even though it's the best, because I'm not lucky enough to make use of it. Because it's absolutely ludicrous to suggest that that's an inherent property of your person. That you're unlucky. And I say that as a mathematician. PH started in Endwalker. Yeah, that makes it difficult. The long story short is that before Endwalker, there was sometimes a thing with... sometimes you might hold your cooldowns for a burst because it would line up better. But genuinely, you could, in a regular party, like a totally normal average raid team, you could have a ninja which had a 1-minute raid buff in trick attack, a monk with a 90-second raid buff in Brotherhood, yes, 90 seconds, a 2-minute raid buff in technical finish from the dancer, and a 3-minute buff from the summoner. That was possible. So you could imagine how it would get a little chaotic with aligning everything. That's also part of the reason why, if you watch either... Well, actually, if you watch any of my initial high-level guides from Endwalker, the ones that have a like a green a chalkboard background on them, you'll find that when you get to the burst part of the rotation, like openers and stuff like that, I'm less about like, oh yeah, you have to do exactly like this, and I'm more like, well, there are groups that'll make like coordinated bursts, so like you might want to do so and so. Is because at that early stage, it was still like more of like a like, it wasn't something that a more casual player would even think about. Like, a more casual player might still not even think about it now, but back then, it was definitely something that was like, not, like, if you're just doing casual content, then, like, raid buffs are not going to align very, very, very often, so don't even think about it. Don't even worry about it, it's fine. But then we realize that everyone has 2-minute cooldowns, and suddenly it's very, very easy to get the burst window right. And that's also why you'll see in my remakes in Endwalker, which has the blue sky in the background on most of them, that I changed the wording there. Nigel says that we must all have a very high lock stat in the chat then. I mean, I'm sure you all have a very high lock stat. You found me. You found a pink small dragon that really wants to teach you. Yeah, anyway, to what I was saying about that, Sally, is that if you run into someone who's like, I can't grab the stat that is good because it relies on luck, and I'm not lucky, then it doesn't, like, then your problem is that you'd have to convince them that that's not how that works first. Like, that's just like one additional step on your journey, right? So you have to teach them that you are unlikely to be so unlucky that that actually matters. Rill of Wind being 90 seconds. I believe back when I didn't play Monk that much in Shadowbringers, but if memory serves, Riddle of Fire, I believe, was also 90 seconds. Riddle of Wind didn't exist back then, or rather it didn't exist like that. And if I remember correctly, Riddle of Fire slowed your GCD. Yeah, that sounds weird, Sally. I was just about to say, like, I was assuming that sentence was going to start with, yeah, they play D&D and they're always super unlucky in D&D. So, like, that's why it makes sense that they would be so averse to RNG stuff. But actually, the key difference between D&D and something like Final Fantasy XIV is that in D&D you'll notice if you're super unlucky because you'll fail that one roll you needed. Like, you don't roll nearly as much. Whereas in Final Fantasy XIV, like, in D&D, if you roll a d20, like, how many times do you roll a d20 in an evening? It's relatively likely you'll roll a 1 at least once that evening. 5% per roll. But in Final Fantasy XIV, if you have a high crit stat, you'll have about 20-25% crit chance. And how many times do you roll that 4-sided die of your crit chance? The 1, 2, 3, 4. I didn't crit there, but I don't even think I have 25% crit chance here. But your point being that you roll a lot, so there's a reasonably high chance that you'll meet that average eventually. So you being unlucky doesn't really... It's not really significant. Focus on whether he hits or misses. Isn't the chance of... Oh boy. Hitting something like... Let me actually just do this. I wasn't that worried about the luring. It's more that it's because it's also gloom. Like, on top. That's what makes me worried. parents says in the US, at least with my education, I didn't have to take any statistics class to graduate from any education. Neither did my brother or sister. Some folks just might not know how distributions work. I mean, just in general, in the world, there's a possibility that, like, I'm like, in Denmark, you don't really need to understand how percentages work, or at least probabilities and such, to graduate any level of mandatory school levels. So that's also exactly why. That is also, by the way, the reason why the way I approach someone going, no, I can't use this because I'm too unlucky, is that I don't approach it as, you don't understand how probabilities work. I approach it as, you don't understand how the world works, because luck isn't an inherent trait of a human being. Like, it's not even about math or probability at that point. It's about understanding how humans work, right? Like, it wouldn't help for me to explain to them how statistics work. If they think that the problem is with them, they would just understand how statistics work and then go, yeah, but I'm a special specimen that is particularly unlucky. Telemann, so speaking of crit, do we have a concrete crit rating number at which point it becomes the best stat at 100? I don't have one on hand. I don't have one to just like shoot from the hip because I haven't bothered to calculate it. I remember back in Endwalker, it was a number low enough that assuming that you're actually aiming for crit, you will reach it with 100% certainty. And when I mean if you're aiming for it, I mean you need to have, you know, gear pieces with crit on it. Sometimes there will be crafted sets where they just don't, like, they're just not giving you the crit. That can happen. I believe the striking set. Oh boy. Oh, it was just silence. Never mind. The striking set for monk and samurai, I'm pretty sure had oh, safety, whatever. The striking set had surprisingly low amounts of crit on it, so like they wouldn't actually reach it. But that's the reason, like, I think I mentioned it in Endwalker, this kind of number. For those thinking, what does Talma mean by that? Essentially, because critical hit, like, double dips by both having, by both increasing the chance and the power, each additional percent of crits you get is better than the previous one. Whereas, take something like determination. I have explained this in videos like more eloquently, more than once I think, but if you take something like determination, if you're doing, let's say you have 1% determination, just one, but you're currently doing 10,000 DPS, just round 10,000. So with determination alone, to increase your DPS by 1%, to go from 10,000 to 10,100, you would need to increase your determination by more than 1% because you already have 1%. 10,000 is technically including that 1% of determination. So if you went from 1% to 2% determination, you would get like 99 more DPS. Which means, relatively speaking, that the more you have of determination, the less impactful it will be. By a minuscule amount. But the point is that it's certainly not getting better. It's not getting better the more you have of it. Whereas crit is getting better. And the breakpoint that I think Taldemar is like asking for here is that there is, because of how all this, like how these numbers add up, there is a breakpoint where even if you don't even have determination, and you don't even have 1%. 1% crit would have been better. Or, you know, investing the same amount of stats that would have given you 1% determination into crit would have been better. There is a specific point where that happens. And the point is low enough that it's something you can reach. And the hilarious... Oh, there's the Serenity that I would have liked on the previous floor with no items. Hilariously, this is also a number that does technically exist for speed. Technically, it exists for speed. The problem is that because speed only affects a very select amount of actions, and it scales so slowly, the equivalent number for speed is not attainable. But it does exist. Perrin? I think there is a little bit of a misunderstanding what you just wrote. Perrin says tanks only want directed because they have no inherent directed on gear. That's correct. But that's not the reason why the only reason why tanks want it. Ergo, there's a higher gain on melding directed than there is with melding crit due to diminishing returns. That's not quite right. If you have low enough crit, which could come as a result of using crafted gear that doesn't optimize for crit well enough, then you might not actually reach a breakpoint where crit overtakes direct hit. And the less direct hit you have on your gear, such as if you're a tank and you have 0 direct hit inherently, then direct hit is as good as it can ever possibly be as a tank or a healer, when you don't have any yet. Well, the reason why I'm dissecting it, Perrin, is because it's not diminishing returns that is the answer there. It is actually more like the reverse of that. Crit hasn't reached the point where the lack of diminishing returns, and rather the opposite, compounding returns, hasn't overtaken direct hit yet. Direct hit suffers from diminishing returns. Crit does not. Crit could be explained to suffer from diminished initial gains. I was like, Riley and Bad Angel, hope you're doing well. And thank you so much, Riley. I'm glad to hear that. That's my highest solo floor, 193. But to continue on that, it's actually not uncommon, although we don't have that many data points as a result of what kind of data points I'm talking about, but it's not that uncommon for the first raid tier in an expansion to have trouble reaching that breakpoint where crit becomes god tier right at the outset. This happened for several jobs before the raid tier came out, that the optimal gear set wasn't focused on crit because there wasn't enough crit. I can't remember which jobs had that, but like if you only focus on the Neo Kingdom gear from the farmable tombstones, these, and the gear from Extreme 2 and Extreme 1, then you'll find that that some jobs just didn't have good options. Like straight up, they didn't have very good options, so crit just couldn't really, oh dear, take off. And I could imagine that tanks also had this problem. I could absolutely picture that. What do the end of expansion tank base melds look like? Typically they have crit and direct hit. Key being and. The way tanks and healers usually meld optimally is that they have crit melds on the pieces that they can't just have a gear piece already fully maxed on crit out the box. And then they meld directed on the rest. That's typically how it goes. For maximum damage. And the reason why you'll see that tanks are just not melding crit is because if they have fully maxed out crit on every gear piece already, then they can't meld crit. So going, well, the reason why people are not melding crit is because of diminishing returns, blah, blah, blah. No, it's because they already have crit. Like, they already took 100% crit. And then went, I could grab like 30% direct hit, because there's space for that. Be the same as current. If I remember correctly, it's been a while, but I'm pretty sure in Shadowbringers, it wasn't until the second raid tier before the best in slot was crit focused on all rolls. But yeah, the reason why tanks and healers like direct hit so much when melding is exactly because of the same reason that I just explained for determination. Tanks and healers, if they like go for maximum damage, they will find that every single gear piece that they're wearing has crit and determination on it. Which means that if they were to meld determination, they would already have a ton of determination, so it wouldn't be as impactful, so they'd rather meld crit. But if they already have crit maxed out on the piece, then they can't choose crit. Like, it's not an option. They can't pick it because it's already maxed out. So they'll choose direct hit, which is the second best option. No rage. But they can also exit. I should have not even checked that. You can pick it, but it'll just meld for 0 additional stats. Yeah, I mean, true. You can technically pick it if you want to. It just doesn't do anything. But that's what you'll usually see if you check best in slot lists. You'll find that crit melds are often oddly absent, despite me saying that crit is so amazing. But it's simply because the way melding works is that there's a maximum amount of each stat that can be on a piece of equipment, and if it has crit on it inherently, of the two secondary stats it'll be on it, like crit, determination, direct hit, tenacity, piety, the one that there is more of will be maxed out if the item is high quality or not crafted. Just by default. So you can't meld anything extra. Jose Shaq, I hope you're doing well. And hope you're doing well as well, Nana. Got a little focus on your question. Oh boy, I love me some no ability flaws. At least I found the exit. Just meld it all with control. Francis, fun fact, this is called the primary stat. Fair enough. The reason why I don't call it that is because some people assume that primary stats is what we call attributes. Like strengths. Because that's often what that is called in other MMOs. But yeah, basically as Parent says, primary stat, like among those other stats, the one you have more of demonstrates how much can fit on the item. So when you get synced down, I explained this in I have a Mythbuster video that focuses on knockback stuff with a blue mage on the thumbnail. It also talks about people misunderstanding how syncing works. When you get synced down, two things happen. I think I've talked about this on stream before as well, but two important things happen. The first one is that any item that is higher item level than is allowed in that duty will get synced down. When the process of syncing down something starts, it immediately turns off all materia. And just all the materia just goes, might as well not exist. They don't do anything. The second thing that happens is that it basically reduces the item level of the item. Where the item level then, by this logic, determines how much stats can be on an item. And then, like, the stats are still there on the item. It's just that you could imagine like the funnel that the stats go through gets smaller, so you can't have as much stats. So as you get synced, as the item gets synced down to the appropriate item level, this like less of the total amount of stats on the item get through, but the maximum allotted stats for any given like stat on the item is like, if it's a high quality item or it's not a crafted item, so like normal quality isn't a thing, then whatever strength or whatever vitality or whatever mind, whatever intelligence is on it is the maximum amount that they could possibly have. And whichever of the secondary, well, primary attribute, primary stat, sorry, as Perrin said, whichever one you have more of, that one determines how much you could have. And any other item that gets synced down to that item level would be impeded by that same limitation. So if you find an item where both of its stats are greater than that primary stat number on the appropriately item level item, both of the stats would get reduced to that specific number. It's a little easier to do this with like something to draw on. Numbers in just words can be very overwhelming. Thank you so much, Bad Angel. I really appreciate the support. Thank you for being with the channel for 10 months. Yeah, that's exactly right. Perrin actually explained it in text, sorry. Perrin explained exactly what I was getting at in text. And exactly, Ninetales. That is also like the... In fact, the reason why I call things like crit and determination secondary stats is because that's what they're called in a certain other MMO. Bruh. Friend box. Ow. Free rage? No, was that on this floor? Oh yeah, it was. That is a good point, and I'm pretty sure that's on the way back. I'll probably use it after fighting this guy. Yeah, that's true. I do remember that, Talama. Just to reiterate what Talama just said, if people are not looking in the chat, is that Talama was messing around with preparing for Allo Island, return to Allo Island, or whatever it's called, you know, the Criterion version of that duty. And that has an item level sync of 665, but some of the Dawntrail crafted gear has an item level of 663, which means that that gear would, of course, not get synced down, right? Except, as that specific crafted gear has a required level greater than 90, apparently they sync down anyway. The reason why that matters at all is because if you could bring a 663 crafted item into Allo Island and it wasn't, oh boy, synced down, then you would be able to pentameld it. I am impressively lucky with timing when I step in a luring trap tonight. But there are some weird, sort of cursed things about synced content in general. The first thing being what I just said about Talama's situation, where if the item has a higher level requirement, the materia will turn off anyway. Like, the game will just be like, well, I mean, the gear is lower than the requirement, so technically it doesn't lose anything when it gets synced down, but the materia turns off because it gets synced down to level 90. Tough. And the other thing was something that I noticed when I made the video that I referenced earlier, that if you like the item level sync on level 90 content that doesn't name an item level sync. Like, for instance, Packled Than in Shadowbringers, right? It doesn't name an item level sync. It's just, it's level 80. So you get synced to level 80 and your gear gets synced to level 80. But what's interesting, oh boy, is that you actually get synced to, like, your gear gets synced to item level 530. Specifically 530. Unless the item that is getting synced has, or rather, if the item is legitimately a level 80 item, then it does not get synced, even if it has a higher item level than 530. Weird, right? The particular example of that is relic weapons. Because relic weapons from Shadowbringers are 535. So if you legitimately bring a relic weapon that is 535 into a Shadowbringers dungeon with no item level sync, like at level 80, it won't get synced. It'll just have more stats than, like, if you brought a Endwalker relic weapon that is 665, it'll get synced to 530. And the Shadowbringers relic weapon will stay at 535 because it has the legitimate level of that duty. It's really specific. Unlucky by setting into luring traps. Lucky with timing when it happens. Yeah, exactly. That sounds about right. Because the Endwalker relic weapon has a tertiary. Well, the thing is, Perrin, that the Shadowbringers weapons also have a tertiary, and 2 of the stats on it are already maxed. So it'll be extremely close, I think. To specifically the Shadowbringers relic weapon, I mean. I'm specifically talking about comparing the Shadowbringers relic weapon to the Endwalker relic weapon. That the Shadowbringers relic weapon would have slightly less of the third stat it has, but I think it would have like 1 more weapon damage. Can't remember if there's a 1 weapon damage difference between 530 and 535. It would have slightly more of your attributes. It would have a very, very small extra amount of the 2 main, like, the 2 other stats it has on it. And have slightly less tertiary than the Endwalker one. And that, the limit break thing you're talking about, Perrin, I have no idea how I would go about testing. Those are the kind of things where it can be difficult to test in the first place, because you need to be a team of players that are confident enough that you can mess around in a hard duty like that to test those things. Yoink. Critney Spears. Just saw that now. And that's true, Sally. That one... I was fortunate that I didn't even care about relic weapons in Stormblood. Because that was mega cursed. As I recall, the way Eureka relic weapons work is that it randomly rolls what secondary, like what stats are on it. Now, that doesn't sound too bad, because you'll be like, oh, so it could like be like crit and determination, or crit and directed, or whatnot. No. It could be crit and also crit. And it would mean that it would have an absolutely mind-boggling amount of crit. Which of course means that there is a correct answer. Which, as I understood, was crit, and also crit for everyone. Oh, hi. That's a long range. You see, Sally, that is actually the worst part of it. It's both good and bad. I mean, let me put it like that. It's both good and bad. It's bad because it's such a ludicrous amount of potential grinding that your average player will probably not put up with that. Like, it's stupid amounts of grinding to get it optimal, or you're just lucky. Which means that there's a lot of players that will basically feel like they just can't get the best weapon. Like, there's no way, they simply can't. The good news is that because it is so tedious, the vast majority of players have just decided that it is unreasonable to assume that someone would go for that. Like, it has basically reached the amount of chance required that people go, nah, never mind, it's fine, I'm good. Like, that's sometimes hard, because sometimes a game will try to do that, like have some interesting, super unlikely result and be like, yeah, if you're super lucky, you'll get it. And most of the time, players will be like, yeah, if you're super lucky. But sometimes players will go, well, it is optimal. So, you know. If you're not at least trying, you're basically trolling. Might as well aim for the best, right? And then you have a problem. If they decide that that's the minimum expectation anyways. There's indeed a 1 damage difference between 530 and 535 and 665 and 660. In that case, you would probably find that a Shadowbringer's relic weapon would be better than an Endwalker relic weapon in a Shadowbringer's max level dungeon. Simply because it has... Well, as long as it doesn't have any item level sync whatsoever. Really weird. Similarly, an Endwalker relic weapon would probably be just barely better than any weapon so far from Dawntrail in a max level Endwalker dungeon with no item level syncing. Really strange. You also don't need to use a relic weapon. You could also use an Endwalker Savage weapon for the same result. From the final raid tier, of course. Oh, even better. Sally, are you saying that while you could lock in the stats, you have different tiers of stats you could get? Bruh. How did I dodge your attack while sleeping? Hello? Sleepwalker. Does that also mean that if you lock in crit, you wouldn't be able to roll another crit? Like, for the other slots that you would have? Just a terrible aim. It was too confident. It was like, ha, now you can't dodge. Brother needs glasses. Ah. I can't. I'm pretty sure I didn't use a safety on this floor, so I just don't want to bother risking stepping into a trap. It doesn't do anything. I just realized that I've... Nah, it doesn't do anything because this is the last part. Why did I use an affluence? I need those points. Okay, strength. Nice. I'll use a steal on this one. Sure. Or do we talk about opening chests after the exit is open? Well, in my defense, I have 20 minutes to beat this guy. Although, you do have a good point, Taldemar. If that had been a mimic, I would have had problems. Because I wouldn't be able to interrupt it. But hey, all's well that ends well, right? I got a strength. A free strength. %100% of gamblers quit before they win big. Exactly. Hey, Garrison. Hope you're doing well. We are just gradually making our way through. If I keep up this pace, I should at least be able to get to floor 140 tonight. Oh, whoops! I should have saved this one for the wildfire in a bit. Too late for that. Too late for that. The easiest early game glasses. If it's any role, then I wait. Nox was talking about a thaumaturge earlier, so probably has to be a caster. I don't know how early you can get something, but if we were talking any role, the easiest would probably be caster. The racial gear vendors have some glasses for 100 gil. Do they? What? Huh? Well, there's your answer then. It's also true, Yannick, that the pox isn't that big of an issue. Worst case, if I had gotten pox from that strength chest being a mimic, I could have just used my purity when I got to the boss room. So it would probably have been fine. Nice, Caitlin. The only time you worry about Pox is no items. I was on the floor with... Was that no items? It was just no abilities, right? Pink. Oh, look, there's a purity. Yeah, that sounds about right, Darth. The thing is, if you're playing a job that can't interrupt, meeting a mimic will essentially mean that either you kill it first or you're getting the pox. But if you're playing something on Red Mage, you can probably heal yourself through most of it. So you don't even have to, like, if you're not pressed for time yet, then you're probably fine to the cure. Although it can be wasteful if you just, like, if you spend a huge amount of time spamming healing on yourself. You might run out of time if you do it too much. So just, you know, keep an eye on the clock if that happens too often. Bruh, really? Really? That's amazing timing. I think that treasure's cursed. If that is a mimic, I wouldn't be surprised. It's not worse. It's just effort for nothing, I guess. Okay. The key, Caitlin, I think the best advice I can give to someone becoming a mentor in Final Fantasy XIV is, I mean, if you can help people, then that's all that really matters. And then my tip then is, you know, give advice on the things that you do know. And that might be a weird piece of advice to give, but I've heard that there are a lot of mentors that will give advice on stuff that they clearly have no idea what they're talking about on. And essentially just confusing the issue. It would have been better if they had said nothing. Awesome, Ridleyan. The final run. The final bit of the journey. Don't these guys cast eyes on me or something? But that's also why if I'm asked about something where I don't really know, I would rather say I'm not sure than just confidently say something that might be completely wrong. Because it's just safer. But to be a mentor, there isn't like a specific skill level requirement to be a good mentor. I think the most important thing you can have to be a good mentor is being good at helping people, being good at explaining to people. And that sounds about right, Guardian. The reason why no item flaws would be scary with Pox is exactly because then you can't just sustain potion through it. Just trying to be a good mentor already makes it better than a lot of mentors out there. That is true. There's a lot of mentors that are just mentors because they can be. I have a few videos on that topic itself, and part of the problem there is that some players view becoming a mentor as like a step of progression on a character comparable to, say, unlocking a Machinist. Like, it's just one of the things you do when you, like, make a character, is that you level up the jobs, you get the craft and the garrus, you get your mentor crown, like blah 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 blah. Like it's just a thing to have. It's just a checklist thing. Some people also specifically get the mentor crown because they want access to novice network dashed out global chat. Which was what Taliban just said. The main problem there isn't the people that want a global chat. It's the people that use it as a secondary free company chat. Oh, rather, I should say, I would say the sprouts in the novice network are justified in using the novice network as like an extra quote-unquote free company. Like, it's basically like... What I'm getting at is that the mentors that do that are the weird ones. Because imagine a classroom, right? Imagine like a classroom in a school. The sprouts are the children in the classroom. Wouldn't it be weird if the teachers just like hauled into a classroom with the children there and just hung out in their breaks? Wouldn't that be a little strange? That's what it is if you go into the novice network as a mentor and use it as your casual hangout place. Of course, that doesn't mean that you have to act like you're at work. But if your main motivation to have the mentor crown is that you have a global chat so you can meme it up, then I feel like it kind of misses the point, is what I'm getting at. Exactly, it's like teaching the classroom like a teacher's lounge. I'm just saying, when I was little, I went to a private school, where the children and teachers and like all the different quote-unquote grades, as it were, just hung out together, which meant that I would sometimes just like one-on-one randomly talk with teachers. Or older kids, like significantly older than me. Like at the time. Older kids than me now. So it's not like I'm saying the teachers can't communicate with like the class or be like friendly like that. Oh boy. I'm just saying that it's weird if the classrooms are used as a teacher's lounge. Free rage, is that on this floor? Oh yeah, it is. That's a good point. I wasted a lot of resources. I think I'll just go and grab the free rage. An actual world chat might be much worse. It probably would be. Bronson says on my server it's not even that. It's a gatekeeping channel. Wait, how so? Brontom says, I know someone who got mentored just because they thought it looked like Kingdom Hearts and they were doing a Sora cosplay. That is difficult. Because I feel like at that point you could have made the mentor crown into anything. And there would be someone going, oh, that's just like this thing from the thing I like. What do you do at that point? Just to fit the... Yeah, exactly. Just to fit the vibe. Like, I have suggested before that I feel like a quantity of so-called burger crowns would disappear if there were other unlockable icons to put next to your name. That just didn't mean anything. Like, imagine if you did a specific ultimate and you get like a little like mini Bahamut icon you can put next to your name. Like you do UCOP and then you can get a little Bahamut next to your name. You do Epic of Alexander, you get like a little like Alexander looking castle next to your name or something. You do other hard content or other content in the game and you unlock various icons. And the reason why I'm saying just content is because if it is exclusively rewarded from hard content, then there's like a large amount of players that will like just get the Mentor Crown because it's easy to get. Oh. Fantastic order of operations, guy. Pew! Pew! Hey, wait a minute, why did you not get pacified? Hello? It says just weapon skills. Most monsters have no weapon skills. I'm pretty sure that monks also have weapon skills. That is an interesting tech, Yannick. Hey, Mad Hatter. Hope you're doing well. And that is a good point. Hey Flo, hope you're doing well. I could imagine that a lot of players would stop getting the Mentor Crown or bothering if there was no novice network. Because they might be getting it specifically for the express purpose of a global chat. I hope it's not as big of a percentage of mentors as it might sound like. That's the spirit, Mad Hatter. Let's see. Bronson says, my server, it seems to be a couple of main mentors, so to speak, quote unquote, that dictate a lot of you're not a true gamer if, and strangely enough, identity politics. Oh boy. Just politics in public forums is dangerous in video games. Stanley says, I've run into a few people who list you have to unlock global chat as a con in 14 because they view a novice network as just that. Just based on the amount of people I know that really care about having a global chat, I feel like that's a really specific kind of player, or maybe it's just not as common of a thing in EU, I don't know. You see, that one I get more, Darth. I have met a bunch of players that specifically try to beeline to get mentor status, specifically so that they can get back to their friends, you could say. Like, it's not about unlocking global chat. It's about that novice network channel that they were in was basically like their free company. So I get that. Like, that one I absolutely get. I would just also say that the better solution would have been to, like, you know, realize that you like those people and maybe see if you can make something together. Or, like, a link shell or something. Like, there are other options if you just want to talk with those people in particular. When is the best time to use my Firestarter proc? Do you mean your Firestarter proc, Bronto? What level are you? It doesn't depend too much on your level, but there's like a few different possible outcomes depending on what level you are. This? More fortune. I think he's memeing to an extent. That's fair. He might not be. So I'm asking anyway. It is Bronto. Is this a raising? Nope, that was a fortune. When did you appear? Yeah, on the Novice Network thing is exactly like as Pika who says, it's probably partly that, also that even if you make like a good, like a cool friend group in the Novice Network, it's a very, very likely outcome that no one in that friend group wants to be the one making the link shell. It's also perfectly possible that some among them is like you could be like, oh, could we make a free company or something? Probably most of the people there are already in one. So they, no. Could we make, so can we make a free company? Can we make a link shell? Maybe, but some of them might already, like, be full on link shells. That is a genuine possibility, so they're just like, no. Maybe a cross-world link shell? They might be full on those. So it is a possibility that you'll just lose some on the way. There's also the part that... I guess there is something special about it being, like, more like a, like, just an open room, right? Like, every day you log in on Final Fantasy XIV and you talk with the group that is just there. You talk with the people that are there. And most of the people you know. Sometimes some people like fade away as they don't show up anymore for whatever reason, and sometimes new people will come in. And like that means that there's always people there. And you don't have to like maintain it. Like if you make a link shell out of the friends you found, then as people like go on to other stuff or quit, that link shell will slowly die, whereas the Novice Network will not. Novice Network is one of the only ways to keep in touch with free trial players. That is also true. You know, the weird thing there, Brontom, is... So I haven't spent that much time in the Novice Network myself. I have gone over various reasons before, but let's just say that If mentors were required to be in the novice network, there wouldn't be a join button. You would just be forced into it. But I'm pretty sure that all the mentors in the novice network channel, I'm pretty sure all of them have the ability to kick each other. So it's like a like some sort of Mexican standoff kind of situation where I'm pretty sure that if you have like a few mentors lording over the rest, like acting like they're the king, you can just kick them. You can just straight up kick them. And then if they... Like, I don't know if they're then booted for 3 hours, is what Gardisan is saying, or what it is, but... if they try to join again, they might land in a different novice network room. And that doesn't really matter to you. Now they're gone from your sites. You can get a warning or a ban for kicking happened to my friend. Okay, in that case, Gardisan, what you can do instead is when those mentors throw around their weight, what you do is you don't kick them. You report them. Like, that's equally an option. You can just do the reporting yourself. You don't do anything illegal or ban-worthy or warning-worthy. You just report them when they do something bad. Boom. Hey JK, hope you're doing well. That sucks, Flo. See, that is also part of the reason why I haven't really bothered very much with Novice Network on my end, is that at one point I tried to be active in the Novice Network. The thing is that it felt a little overwhelming to me sometimes. And also there was all that nonsense with people using it like a global chat that I didn't care about. So I basically decided that a better way that I can help the Sprouts is by making content. There's also the part that, ding ding, if my name suddenly appears in the Novice Network, I could imagine there is a possibility, I would guess that it's not that often it would happen, but I could imagine that I say something and then suddenly the subject isn't what the person asked about anymore. You know what I mean? So it kind of defeats the purpose of me trying to be helpful. But indeed, part of the problem is that because there isn't that much structure to the whole Novice Network thing when it really comes to it, it's insane chaos. And yeah, that's true, guys. And I would say, in Final Fantasy XIV, I see it as a good thing that reporting someone is tedious enough that your average player will just go, I don't actually care enough to report them. Because that means that people usually only report for something that they really care about. But you could probably imagine that if you have some people that are basically acting like they're the crowned kings of a Novice Network, and then some rando just comes in and kicks them from their throne, right? It makes sense that now that they're basically put in the bad boy corner for 3 hours, they have nothing better to do. Because usually they would just sit around and like talk whatever with their king country land where they have their ruling. But now that you kicked them, they have 3 hours to write a really elaborate report on you. So like that, like I can see why they would be petty enough to do that. It of course also doesn't help if you kick them because they're acting like it's their own global chat. If they believe they're in the right, then they won't realize that, oh, the reason I got kicked is because I was a jerk. Huh. They'll just see that you're a jerk. That's also something I've talked about before, that things like you pull your tank, things like that, right? Not to get completely sidetracked by that, but like if you let the DPS die because they pulled for you once by accident, even if they pulled multiple times, the intention of you pull your tank is to teach the other person not to do it through punishment. But what actually happens is that they will just not pull in that group, and then they'll just tell their friends that you were a jerk. Like, they won't learn a thing. They'll learn that you're a jerk. That's what they're gonna learn. That kind of stuff. Was there... Oh, there was a patrol coming this way. I should probably have fought that off first. Oh well. With who you pull your tank, I usually just vote kick. Just to be clear, Gardisan, I assume if the tank is trying to forcibly make... to punish you by doing that, you vote kick the tank? Is that what you mean? Or do you mean if you're in a position where DPS is pulling for... Like, do you mean both, actually? I guess. Because the funny thing is with the whole you pull your tank conundrum is that the long story short is that it could be argued that both parties are a jerk. Like, of varying magnitudes, yes. But arguably both are a jerk. Right? Hey Pizza, hope you're doing well. And hey Chili Taters, hope you're doing well. It's the food squad coming in. Would you put chili taters on your lollipop pizza? Sounds like a fever dream food. Yeah, I guess so. A lollipop pizza sounds pretty wild. Pizza says, I ran a duty where the tank player was named You Pull Your Tank. Guessing somewhere or another. And one of the DPS did pull quite a bit. No one said anything, and the tank did come take aggro after a couple pulls. That is also a really funny way to play it out when the tank starts to like get grumpy in the corner, like you pulled for me, so I'm just not gonna engage. And then like after a few pulls, they start to realize that the healer's just gonna have the DPS tank instead. It's fine. We don't even care. And eventually the tank realizes that it doesn't matter. And that's really funny. Almost there, Peekahoo. JK says, if you pull, you tank with arm's length, please, and then I'll tank. I mean, that is actually part of the reason why it's ridiculous to complain if the DPS pulls for you, is that as long as they don't make it, like, deliberately harder for you, them tanking a few hits is perfectly free. Like, it'll be easier for the healer to just AoE heal both of you once you stabilize. In fact... some healers will be using AoE healing to heal the tank in a big AoE pool. So like any damage that the DPS takes tanking a bit for you is actually free. See, if tank just takes off stance and refuses to turn it back on for pretty much any reason, and for whatever reason they usually blame their healer, that's interesting. But yeah, that's understandable. Flo says, a few days ago I also had a battle mentor as a white mage in Praetorium. They just refused to heal me when I was the tank. They just said, use mitigations, I can skip healing. Like, I used everything I had and even had to use Holmgang, else I would have died. That is ridiculous. Certainly. Let me put it like this. I'm pretty sure I've demonstrated this in my most recent Scholar Mentor Day video. If you're a Scholar in Praetorium, and everyone plays perfectly, as in everyone dodges all avoidable damage, only takes damage that cannot be avoided, and the Scholar perfectly meters out so that, like, they don't heal anyone unless they have to, and they only use Lustrate if someone can receive the full heal value of it, and you use Whispering Dawn extremely intelligently, then a Scholar might be able to get away with not casting Adloquium or Succor a single time. That's a maybe, by the way. A Sage might be able to do something similar if they use Cardia very intelligently. But a White Mage or an Astrologian will probably have to actually, like, use a few heals, because they don't have passive healing. Like, I mean, an Astrologian will be closer to being able to get away with it because, you know, they have Essential Dignity. They have a few cards that can help, but I'm pretty sure that it won't be enough. Thank you, Erdl. That's absolutely insane, Flo. You didn't do anything wrong there. I think the most wrong you could have done would be letting them be right in that. And that's not even your fault. I mean, you have Benediction, but that's it for white. Yeah, exactly. And like 3 Lustrates in Praetorium will heal combined for more than Benediction will. They use Benediction once, that's it, and I'm a Sprout tank, so I don't really know yet how to use mitigations perfectly. Even if you use mitigations perfectly, Flo, it shouldn't have been something that should have been expected of you. That was a bad mentor. And just to be clear, if you see a mentor with a combat mentor icon, it's not guaranteed, but it's a much higher chance that they're in the middle of a mentor roulette. Because when you enter mentor roulette, they force the combat mentor crown on you, the one with the sword. That was not a yeah, also that, Garrison. It was just a lazy person. Oh, the reason, Flo, is because that person probably viewed content like Praetorium to be beneath them. That is actually I would say uncommon, but very real problem. That some players that do content, like harder content, will gradually come to view casual difficulty content as beneath them. And they just will think that it's all easy and everyone is good. Like, good enough to be able to do that, like, deal with that content. Stop interrupting me! They wanted that Praetorium gold pass. Oh boy. Oh, wait. I need to clarify something. When I was saying that a scholar would be able to do it perfectly, I was thinking of Porta de Cumana, not Praetorium. Praetorium is a little bit different. But I still feel like it's absolutely ludicrous to assume that the random tank you got queued into is suddenly a god. I think I might have made a huge mistake here. I should have killed those ads. Will I survive? Nope. Good thing I have racing, so I don't make that mistake twice. I learned why the ads must be slain on this boss. We can use another resolution and just try again. Let me just grab this. And this time we played a little more carefully. Don't forget strength. I don't think I need both. Although I could imagine that strength might have made this do more damage. I've raised debuff? I have, but actually, Caroline, these blasts are doing the same damage as it did without the weakness debuff. So I'm wondering whether that actually changes much while I'm in this mode. It's fine, Caroline. I last time I did this boss like this, I used a racing just to see like what I could get away. No, wait, that was a different boss, a later boss, where I used a racing to be sure that I was safe to ignore the ads. On this one, I just never ignored the ads before. This time I learned why you don't ignore the ads on this boss. And I had the racing to spare, as you can see. So we're good. Yeah, exactly, Yannick. I'm guessing that would be what is happening. And that is true. Strength increases my damage by a percentage. But the first pull here, I did it without strength. I just had like a carryover steel from earlier in the deep dungeon. And I thought that was fine. With strings you don't need to touch ads. Oh, well that explains a lot. But it's good to know. Hey Harris, hope you're doing well. Isn't Living Liquid? I thought Living Liquid was A5. Is it A3? But yeah, just to get back to the conversation I was having before I suddenly ran into trouble. in Praetorium, as a white mage, at the very least, you could put regen on the tank between pulls. But I'm pretty sure that there will be fights on the way where you need to do some healing. Holy is a mitigation of sorts. Yeah. But the region is free when you're running between packs. And the bosses are generally not susceptible to Holy. And some of them do AoE damage. So even if the tank is playing perfectly, the DPS might not be able to survive without some help. And also Garrison says, my personal problem usually is that I expect others to play somewhat same as me and I'm above average. So sometimes I have to remind myself that something might be easy for me and hard for others. Yeah, one way I've sometimes said this is relative to a lot of games. And this is not something that you need to use to, like, I don't know, justify someone being bad in, like, a level 50 dungeon or something. But rather just as, like, a grounding method. Is that relative to a lot of games, Final Fantasy XIV, even in just Sastasha, is very complicated. And very hard. Relative to a lot of other games. And that's Sastasha, remember. Sastasha that can be soloed, synced by any job. Any combat job. I'm pretty sure Crafter Gatherer can't do it. Yeah, we did get to some Uwu last week, Ninetales. We procced some more on jails. And yeah, exactly, Garrison. That is also why I kind of latched onto Scholar or Sage, is that Praetorium or Porta de Comana doesn't really matter. If you're a barrier healer and everyone's playing perfectly, then it should be possible to not cast any GCD healing. But if you're a white mage, I find it incredibly unlikely that you would be able to get by in Porta de Comana. Maybe in Praetorium, but that relies on your whole team being pretty solid, I would say. Caitlin says, I don't like when people pull for me being tank, like with Bottom's Metal, for example. I know my limits there. The complicated part there is that some people just get caught up in assuming that everyone pulls the same way. So they'll just start on running. Like, for instance, the first Giga pull right at the start of Bottom's Metal is not something that all combinations of tanks and healers, player skill-wise, are capable of doing. Sometimes you'll have DPS that are so lacking that it's not possible either. But some players will have done Bottom's Metal so many times, either with, like, their friend group or with strangers, where that pull has been done, that when they see the duty, they just, you know, hit sprint and start running, and they might sometimes, you know, like, they'll just be like running along without paying much attention, and then realize that the tank didn't follow. The tank stopped like 5 seconds ago, and then they might come back. Some people will also just be extra weird about it and, like, go, I see the problem. You misunderstood, tank. You're supposed to pull here, like, all the way to here. Let me help you. And then you have the healers using rescue to drag you further forward. They don't even consider the possibility that you stopped pulling more because you didn't want to pull more. And things like that. But a lot of the time, when you pull in... If you pull less than everything... In a lot of dungeons, anyway. Not all dungeons, but a lot of dungeons. The reason why someone ends up pulling for you is not because they wanted to. It's just because... most of the time, the tank just goes. So they're just used to going, right? Like, that's just why. Like, I've done that. I think I had a... I can't remember what job I was. I think I was a healer. In Stone Vigil, in one of my mentor roulettes. And the tank was questionable. And one of the DPS, I think, was also like, like, it was not the strongest squad as a whole. But me and one of the other DPS, like the other DPS, I should say, was solid. And several times, or at least a few times throughout the duty, that other DPS would like run with the tank and then like start running further and then be like, oh right, and then come back because the tank was like signal pulling. And on the one hand, it could be like, you could probably pull more. On the other hand, the tank wasn't using defensive cooldowns very smartly, so I'm not even gonna entertain the idea that they would. Just never mind. So like that's something that can happen, is that people are just used to pulling in a certain way. So they'll just do that. The way I go about it is, and I kinda have given this advice before, if I'm the tank, and someone starts pulling for me, like pulling ahead of me, I'll just start running sooner. Like, if the reason they get there first is because they start running from the pack before we finish, then they'll find that it's even more annoying when the tank leaves first. I'll just start running towards the next pack to be there first. I'll sprint sooner. I'll run faster. I'll use my gap closer to get there first. Because clearly, the reason they're pulling for me is because I'm not pulling fast enough. And if we wipe because they're pushing me, then that's on them. Because they were pushing me. And we'll take that when we get there, right? When or if we wipe, we'll figure out whether it was possible. Nox says, I've done the Hallminster pulls in Trust. Yeah, I could imagine that would be pretty spicy. Garrison says, 5-pack pull in Mount Gulg at the start. Oh, Garrison, there are 2 of those in that duty. I would actually say that the second mega pull in Mount Gulg after the second boss is worse. But they're both really spicy. Somewhat recently I actually did it with a healer that was like still learning Sage. We did it just fine. You LB there at least? Nope, not necessarily. You don't have to. Not even, like, the thing is, on the first mega pull in Mount Gulg, because if you actually pull everything as the tank and the healer, you have the peace of mind that the next thing you're pulling is a boss. Oh, thank you, Ariel. If the next thing you're pulling is a boss, then it doesn't matter that everything you have is on cooldown. Because in a dungeon, the boss's tank boss is unlikely to kill you if you don't have anything. You'll be fine. So because you pulled actually everything, you can just splurge all your cooldowns. You can use your invuln, you can use all your defensives. Just make sure you space them out. Like, make sure you have something for the whole fight. But you can, like, double up on them. Like, you can use Rampart and Reprisal together. You could use, you know, Sentinel and Bulwark together if that's what you want to do. You can absolutely do that, because the next pull is gonna be fine. It doesn't matter. The same happens at the, like, on the final mega pull in Mount Gulg. After that huge pull, the next thing you're fighting is a single mob that is unlikely to be capable of killing you, even if you don't have anything. So you can just throw everything. The thing that makes those 2 gigapulls different is the first gigapull, the scary part is that some of the mobs have difficult to see tail swipes. So if you're not careful, you might just get smacked by those. And there's also, like, there's just a lot of mobs. And you don't know the rest of your party. And that's the scary part about that, is you don't actually know the rest of your party. Your healer does not know if you know what you're doing. And you don't know if the healer knows what they're doing. So you might have to, like, overcompensate in case. Just in case. And you also don't know if the DPS have the damage to actually make the group beat this pack before you run out of cooldowns. Like, you don't quite know how long you need to hold out. The Gigapull at the end, instead, you have Limit Break, which is really nice if you have a ranged physical job or a mage in your group. They're really nice. But by that point, you also know the rest of your group a little bit better. You might actually be able to determine before you pull, I don't think this group can take this Gigapull, so I'm just not gonna do it. I'm just gonna not do it. I don't trust that this group has the chops for this, so we're just not doing it. But you need to, you know, do the pull to know that. Like, you need to do some pulling to know that. But I can assure you, Garrison, that I've done the Gigapull as a warrior, as a Dark Knight, as a Paladin, as a Gunbreaker, with various different healers. I've healed those Gigapulls as various different healers, with various skill levels of tanks and healers as like my partner. I did Mount Gulg leveling Dark Knight on my alt Smolkai, and I'm pretty sure I was like level 79 and undergeared a little bit. And, I mean, the healer was, of course, solid, so, like, that might have been the hard carry, but I didn't even need to use my invuln on the first Gigapull, at least. Like, it's a skill thing. I can also say, Garrison, by the way, that did you know that a warrior can solo both of those Gigapulls synced? Did you know that? Hey Ace, hope you're doing well. Do it on Blue Mage next. Ooh, you know, the hardest part for Blue Mage and all that is that they kind of have to stop up and do something. Like, they have to stop up to do something. You didn't? You now feel need to try. I have a playlist on the channel of me soloing various things in the game. By like the second video, I'm just going through dungeons like in somewhat chronological order. Erdal already found the Mount Gold one. Thank you. So I've done it on stream while just talking about other stuff. Swift Diamondback, wait for another Blue Mage to freeze Vibrate. Well, hopefully you have aggro. Taldeman says, would you consider tank or cast LB better in Mount Gulg? Why would I use tank LB? Oh, right. I didn't actually get to the part of what's the scary part of the Gigapull near the end of the dungeon. It's a free rampart. Well, it's not entirely free. It animation locks you and stuff. But yeah, if you don't have a ranged or a mage, then I guess tank LB would be fine. But yeah, the thing that makes the second Gigapull, the Gigapull before the final boss in Mount Gulg so scary, is that the Sphinx-looking things, the 4 legs, big wings, weird mask things there's like 2 or 3 of them in the Gigapull itself. Use a spell called Punitive Light, which is an interruptible action with cast time. They can also be stunned. So if your healer's not a white mage, you can interrupt one and stun the other. Now, some of you might be thinking, why would I care about interrupting some random spell from a mob in a large AoE pool? It's a raid wide, and it hurts a lot. Like, quite a lot. Like, the tank is fine, but one of those going through might distract the healer enough that the tank dies from single target damage, while the healer tries to patch up the rest of the group before the next Punitive Light comes. Punitive Light versus Punity Light. It's Punity Knight. Yeah, one of them is a manatee, the other one... One of them is a manatee, the other one is damage. But yeah, if you don't have a ranged or a mage, then using a tank LB would make it slightly safer if you goof it up and the Punitive Light goes through. But optimally, it would be better if you just interrupt and stun them. But it is 2 mobs. I'm pretty sure it's 2 mobs in a pack of like 10. Right? Like a pack of 10. So like, that might be hard to see. But if you have a caster, I think I would probably always prefer the caster LB. I'm not sure if I would prefer ranged physical LB, but if my choice was between tank or ranged physical, then the way I would look at it is, the thing I would like the tank LB for would be to protect the rest of my team from Punitive Light. Which means that as the tank in this hypothetical scenario, I would say that it's my problem to interrupt and stun the Punitive Light in the first place. There's no reason for me to waste the limit break on protecting on that. I have plenty of cooldowns. Again, the thing with both of these Gigapulls is that one of them is right at the start of the duty, which means that you have all cooldowns. And the other one is right after the second boss, so there's a relatively high probability that you have all cooldowns. So... the tank itself will be fine, assuming the group is decent as a whole. Okay, so speaking of LB, if LB1 is up right as boss 2 starts, do you let it rip ASAP or wait for ranged after the boss? I'm always unsure what to do. If you have a melee and a ranged, I usually don't use LB on the second boss. What I do know is that the melee LB, I'm pretty sure the melee LB1 is good, but it is weak enough relative to LB2 that it is a point of conversation whether a melee LB1 is a DPS loss. I'm like 90% sure it isn't, but it is close enough that it is even a conversation to be had that it might be. And for that reason, I imagine that the potential single target gain of melee LBing the second boss there is a fraction of the potential gain of ranged LBing after the second boss. Yannick says, so what would you say to changing ranged physical limit break to buffing the party? That would be incredibly difficult to balance, Yannick. Because unlike all other damage LBs, it would have a varying damage amount. A more varying damage amount. I consider that melee LB and caster LB don't get affected by raid buffs. If ranged physical LB gave a damage buff, it would presumably stack with other buffs. Caster LB varies by amount of mobs you use it on. Yeah, the ranged LB right now does as well, Yannick. The way that they've balanced it is that the melee LB does a certain amount of damage, and the caster LB and ranged LB does some amount relative to it. Nox says melee LB, one if used as an execute, does less damage than some melee DPS doing their 2-minute burst. It's roughly 3000 potency. It is not. That is old information. And the reason why people don't say that much anymore is because, due to the weight scales, a flat potency amount is misleading. Like, 3000 potency as compared to what? Compared to what? Your potency? Because it doesn't scale with your stats alone. So what does that mean? Like, basically, the way LBs work is that I have never quite gotten... I never quite can remember if I've gotten a clear answer on it, but it scales either with the average item level of your party or the average weapon damage of each of your party members' weapons, or something like that. It's relatively possible to test it because you can, just go into an exploration mode and, LB with a really bad weapon and see how much it changes, right? Do that. It's just, it doesn't really matter. The point is that it scales with everyone. So, given that we already know that 100 potency isn't quite the same between jobs, means that saying that something is X potency is a dangerous game. More accurate to say it's roughly 2 to 3% of the boss's max HP? Maybe, but again, we can't, like, it depends on how much HP the boss has, right? This is part of the reason why it becomes a conversation about is melee LB1 worth using or what? Because it's difficult to put into words how much damage it does that is comparable to regular attacks. But what you can do, for example, is if you get... You round up your party. And you LB something in, like, exploration mode. You can see how much damage that does. And then you can go, well, how long would it take me to do that damage? Or alternatively, you can see how much damage that does and then say, well, 100 potency for me is so much damage. So with the party we have here, this LB was comparable to so and so amount of potency from me. But because it, let's see, parentheses, according to my documentation from Shadowbringer tests, run by First from the balance, average item level of party main hand is the only contributing factor. There you go. If LB scaled with the player not party, tank LB would be funny. I don't think that makes sense. Oh, like that. Well, fortunately, the tank LB is 20, 50, or 80% damage reduction, I believe. So, and it doesn't scale with anything when if you really think about it. But yeah, let me elaborate a bit more on that conversation about the ranged physical turning into a buff for the party, Yannick. I believe there was an observation a few years ago that there was a bug that allowed players with a command to access the squadron limit break. I believe it's called Anger Max. That might not mean much for the uninitiated, but what Anger Max did is it's like an attack, I believe, that spends exactly one LB bar. Like, I'm pretty sure it just takes one of them. And it gives everyone a damage buff. You might realize how this relates to the ranged physical thing here. Turns out, if you had the option to Anger Max as your LB, then you would have no need to use any other LB. Because it turns out getting an additional rate buff is better than one big attack. How much damage does an LB3 do in, like, full best in slot right now? Like, approximately. Anchor Max, that's just warrior gameplay. Only sometimes. $1.1 million in FRU. Okay. How much DPS does the... How much DPS does the average raid team... Does a raid team do, I should say? How much damage does a raid team do? For instance, in FRU. Well, it would probably be more handy to know how much DPS they do in a burst. But the overall is also fine if that's easier to get, Taldemar. So just from memory, I believe melee, caster, and ranged LB3s all take like 10 seconds to resolve. So it's technically like, for 10 seconds, one person is doing 110,000 DPS-ish. Overall, we had 169, nice, 1,000 raid DPS. Right. So let's say that ranged physical LB was a raid buff that lasted 20 seconds, obviously. Right? Let's see, what do we need? Need this. So, we have the choice between 1.1 million damage outright over 10 seconds. Which of course also means that that's actually this minus the DPS for 10 seconds. Because that DPS is doing that instead, right? If you instead look at the overall DPS, so over 20 seconds, for instance, 169, nice, DPS, just average DPS, turns into 3.380, about 3.4 million damage. So, how much bonus DPS would this LB3 even, note, need to be to, at the very least, let me just check that one. It's over 8 seconds. Let's see, it's 134,000 DPS then. So I've adjusted for the 8.2 second timer. Exactly, JK. Opportunity cost is a big part of it. So how much damage boost? If you want to get technical, only the cast time matters. Why only the cast time? The melee DPS can't do anything else until the animation log is over. If you're going, well, in FRU, we'll just use it and then the animation log isn't during a time where you can't attack anything anyway. This is a general example. We're just using the FRU data as a baseline for the damage itself. So there will be cases where you're using melee LB3 and then you just sit there in the animation log after the fact. Could you cut it short with rescue? No. I have a Mythbuster video where I demonstrate this. If you rescue someone who's in the animation log of an LB, they will get yoinked over to where you are, but they'll still be locked and can't do anything. Like, you can move them. So, back to the question. If ranged physical LB was a raid buff, then ranged LB3 with just this, which by the way is 20 seconds of the overall DPS of a specific pole used as an example data point. For the raid buff to be worth it, they would need to gain a percentage difference. Basically this. Wait. Yes. Basically this. I think? Nope, I'm making a mistake here. Not this. This doesn't matter. What matters is ultimately this. The cast time is really only relevant for this loss over here. This is what matters. So we would need to divide it by this. No. I'm still goofing it up. Let me just think for a moment. Live math. You would need... Well, obviously, you would need to do exactly... You would need a damage bonus that would be this, indeed. The reason is that either the raid buff makes you able to do more damage than a melee LB, in which case it's better to use it. Otherwise it doesn't, and if it doesn't, then the ranged LB being a buff is irrelevant. Now, this is overall damage again, so it's not entirely fair, but this would actually lead to... Those are supposed to be flipped. Those were supposed to be flipped. Now I'm there. You'd need the raid buff to give you something in the ballpark of 32.5% more damage. For 20 seconds. To beat that. That's of course assuming that you don't lose anything by having a melee DPS stand there doing that for 8 seconds. Which is of course like... That difference is like you should add like an additional 20k DPS that is lost. So it's like, it's maybe closer to 1 million or something like that. What if it was a single charge and it also buffed the tier 2 LB? I think we're starting to create a very complicated limit break suddenly, Bruntom, and I don't think that's a good idea. The thing is, if we replaced this with burst, the question is how much more DP, how much bigger is the overall DPS of a raid team during burst? Then this number would be smaller, of course. But consider for a second, if, like, let's just say, for the sake of example, that ranged LB3 was 20% more damage. Karen says buffs don't affect limit break damage outside of boss-specific debuffs and peculiarities. Well, Brontom basically suggested a specific peculiarity. So you could basically just have a ranged use the Fanchishmans in ULB, and it uses 1, like it's just an LB1, and it buffs an LB2 for later. After the burst window, you use the buffed up LB2. But imagine for a second, just as an example, that the ranged physical LB3 was 20% more damage output for 20 seconds. Given how the LBs like gradually, like they increase more than just double value as they power up, LB2 would probably not just be 14 or 13%. And LB1 would probably not be 7%, it would probably be like 5. Caroline says, math! Oh wait, I'm a math teacher. Oh, nice! That's the spirit. Sally says, what if we just buffed ranged physical LB to be the same damage as caster LB? Considering both are only useful in AoE, I think most people are gonna be okay with that. I'm, like, pretty much in agreement with you on that. Exactly because of the argument Perrin is presenting, ranged LB would still not be used that much, even if it had the same damage as cast LB because of its shape. Because this actually circles back to the opportunity cost thing that JK mentioned. Ranged LB doing less damage than caster LB doesn't really matter in the majority of cases where those are used, because the majority of cases are in a dungeon, and what matters is that you use an LB. So basically, if you're in a group with a ranged and a mage, and the mage doesn't use LB immediately when it should be used, then it's better that the ranged use it if they can. Because it's better that it is used efficiently than not using it. So, like, in the context, the majority of contexts where ranged physical LB would come up, it's fine. But the opportunity cost of this is the interesting part. If you have a Pictomancer, mainly because, like, they have really high damage, they also have a ludicrous burst, right? And either a Machinist, a Dancer, or a Bard in a dungeon pool, just as an example. And one of those players are going to LB. The ranged LB, if they can both hit all of the targets, like if it doesn't matter who does it, they will both hit all of the targets, because the enemies are in a conga line that it happens to be exactly the radius, or actually the diameter of the caster LB, but they're in a perfect line so the ranged physical LB can also hit all of them. Then there is the possibility that the opportunity cost of having the Pictomancer do it is overall a net loss over having any ranged physical do it, because the Pictomancer's personal damage is greater. It's the same reason why, if you have two melee DPS in a group, it's better that you have the one that does less personal damage do the LB. Unless, of course, it hurts their rotation more or something like that. Could be some complex reason why you wouldn't want to do that, but net, just overview, the one for which the opportunity cost is lesser will be the better choice. And ranged physical, because of balance reasons that, like, we have talked to death for way too long. Ranged physical generally rank a little lower on the personal damage front than casters, especially when compared to Pictomans and Black Mage. So it's probably better to have the ranged physical do it if they can do it, over having the mage do it. Even if the ranged physical LB is slightly weaker. And that is part of the justification for why the ranged physical LB might be slightly weaker, is that, well, as far as I know, all 3 ranged physicals have sequences in their rotation where they could LB just fine. Like, they could just LB just fine. Whereas Black Mage, if they used an LB3, there's a very high probability that they either have to Umbral Soul beforehand, or there's a high likelihood that their their Umbral Eyes or Astral Fire drops immediately. Like, they won't be able to maintain that. So that meteor is expensive. Pictomancer, if they're not bursting, they could probably do it. They won't lose too much. But it is a conversation about opportunity cost. But as far as I can see, and this is based on what Perrin is saying, is that does ranged physical need to do less damage with their LB for balance reasons? Is the value of choosing between a circular, more easy to aim LB good enough for comparison? It's fine, Talima. This was just like, it was also just mostly like an interesting thought experiment. I don't know if there's any raid encounter where a ranged LB would be just as good. But that also could be a little bit deliberate. Like, for instance, with the Uwu example. And you're saying, as I will find out, I already know. They could eat, like, let me put it like this. In the Uwu example, that one is unfair because the reason you need a caster LB is because the enemies are perfectly placed in the circular shape of the LB. If those bits had been placed in a perfect conga line across the entire arena, then it would have had to be a ranged physical LB because a mage LB would not cut it. So it's like going, oh, they made specifically a mage LB shaped mechanic. Weird that a mage LB is required for it, right? Just like how there's a debuff that will kill everyone unless you use a healer LB. Like, yeah, so you need a healer LB. How many times are things in a line versus a circle in Final Fantasy XIV? Not often. I'm not sure why we're going down that path. What is it that that the discussion is about right now? Like, I feel like we're getting a little bit lost in the sauce here. Sally said, would it hurt if ranged physical LB did just as much damage as the mage LB. Perrin said it would probably not get used any more than it already is if it did. And then the justification for that argument was that Perrin said most cases where you would need an AoE LB and a circular shape would be better or required, so it doesn't even matter that the ranged physical does just as much damage. In fact, I would say what Perrin is arguing for here is ranged physical LB should do more damage than mage LB. Because ranged physical LB is such a niche option. It should be amazingly good when it hits, right? Like, if the argument is ranged physical LB is so useless in situations when LB is required that even if you made it as good as the mage LB, people wouldn't use it because it's genuinely not viable because it doesn't have the correct shape, then you could make it stronger and it would still be fine. Like, you could make it better and it would still be fine because it still wouldn't work in the cases where mage LB is required. I don't know about that, Perrin, because there you're immediately going, like, just to be clear, Perrin, there's a reason why I started with dungeons. You're saying they could change ranged LB3 back. That's a fair point. You wouldn't have LB3 in a dungeon. But wouldn't it be weird if ranged physicals had line AoE, healer limit break as their toolkit? Wouldn't that be weird? So you're sure that that would be a better design, if you really think about it, regardless of whether it would be more useful. That's also what I was trying to get across, Brontom. If the Magitek bits in the Uwu fight were placed in a conga line, they would be able to draw longer line than the Mage LB's diameter. And if they were placed in a correct line, then ranged LB would work and Mage LB wouldn't. Which is why I was like, I don't know if that really counts beyond going, it's required there. Anyway, as I said, I feel like we're getting a little bit lost. Did we have any horde to get? We did. Give me loot. It looks nice. It's an aiming one. It does almost look more like a mage thing to me. The model is shared with casters, is it? That's that one. Yeah. There you go. It does come up more often than you'd expect, Sally. It does come up more often than you'd expect. And that is actually because of something we've noticed in more so in Endwalker, is that let's say you have a like a limit break line like this. Whoops. Why is that so thin? Why is that one not fully customizable, huh? Yeah, but you have a line like this, right? And then you're aiming it at Mr. Blobby here in the center, the big guy. And then, like, the tank is, like, standing, like, it's probably standing, like, here, actually, right? Let's say they're standing here, fighting Mr. Blobby here. So there's probably, like, a mob here, mob here. I should probably actually say that the limit break is, like, more like this. Like, relative to the size of the things, right? But, like, you will have mobs all over. But the key thing is that as they, like, swirl around and blob around Mr. Big here, there is a possibility that you'll miss some mobs. The circle from the Mage LB is incredibly unlikely to do that. It's usually not a problem for ranged physical, but it is a lot more likely to be a problem for ranged physical. But that's the thing, is that it's a relatively specific thing, and most of the time it doesn't really matter. JK, if I remember correctly, based on what I've heard of top, part of the reason why you would want to use specific kinds of LBs like that is because each person gets an LB in that part of the fight. So it's like, if you have a ranged physical in your group, that's where that one goes. Everyone gets an LB. The ranged physical goes here. The mage one can go here, and things like that. And you probably don't want to use two mage LBs if one ranged LB can do the trick. And that, like, actually, Sally, I think a really interesting thing that we're kinda getting back to here, which is also part of the original reasoning for why I started suggesting, why don't we just buff ranged physical LB to do more damage than the mage LB, is that due to the way we optimize things in games, including Final Fantasy XIV, what would it take to get people to use ranged physical LB more? The situations where Mage LB is used because it has to be used are so many, and in the cases where that happens, the ranged physical LB is not an option. As in, it needs to be a Mage LB most of the time in these cases. And because it needs to be that, it doesn't, like, ranged LB could do double the damage and it still wouldn't cut it. And you might go, wait a minute, wouldn't that make it do more damage than a melee LB? That's correct. And if you made the ranged LB better than a melee LB, then you'd probably see people start using it. But if, like, it's like going into a fight where you're asked to use you're asked for a specific key, and then we're going, what if I had a similar looking key, but it's not that key? Obviously, the answer there is no, that won't work. Not the correct key. So that's why I'm like, I mean, in the cases where you have the freedom to choose, it doesn't really matter if the ranged physical one is a little bit better. Or just as good. And then there's all the situations where you don't have a choice. Yeah, I can't remember. I feel like part of the problem... is that both ranged physical and mage LB, both of them are kinda rare in hard content. I think they would see a lot more use if stuff like savage bosses had more frequent situations where there were multiple enemies. Like bosses where there's actually 2 or 3 enemies as the boss would make a mage LB amazingly good. Or a ranged one if you can line them up correctly. But that happens so infrequently that it's not really a thing we think about. I'll say, Mongo, hope you're doing well. They say it would pretty heavily shift power dynamics in the game, but I kind of wish that LB worked somewhat closer to how it does in PvP, where it's a personal resource. I have a question for you, Mongo. And I have played plenty of PvP, just to be clear, so I'm not like, I don't understand it. I know how PvP works. But if you really think about it, in PvP, a limit break is a cooldown that starts on cooldown and only charges when you're alive. But aside from that, and aside from the fact that there are certain cooldowns in PvP that can make it charge faster, it is practically the same as just a cooldown, isn't it? Which also explains why, for example, Warrior's limit break in PvP is essentially an inner release with cherry on top. But it's basically inner release. And do I have other examples? I don't have any other as... Well, actually, Reaper is basically Enshroud with cherry on top. It's because in PvP, your limit break gauge doubles as both like a primary cooldown and a resource. So if you say that you wish that limit breaks worked closer to how they are in PvP, what it sounds like to me is more like, how about we don't have limit break, but we get an additional cooldown? That's what it sounds like to me. Because these cooldowns are limit breaks, they of course get to look fancier. Which Nox also just said. But it does kind of feel like that to me. Unless what you actually meant, Monga, is that you wish that the LBs are as they are now in PvE, but the gauge itself is yours. Maybe that's what you meant. Because, like, I could also understand that, but could you imagine that? Like, just if we think about that for a second, what if the LB gauge itself was personal in PvE, but otherwise the LBs are the same? How would that be balanced? There will be a point in any Savage fight where all 4 DPS just drop everything they're doing and cast a huge cast and then just whoop the boss across the face for, I mean, in FRU it would be like, I don't know, 3 million damage, maybe like 4 million damage almost, like all 4 DPS combined, I guess. And at least twice in a fight, everyone except a healer could die, and they could just go undo that. At least, assuming you make it to the LB3. And the tanks would basically each have a get out of jail free card to just make the entire raid able to ignore a mechanic at some point. We're just going 80% damage reduction for everyone. Which is to say, if we had the limit breaks reworked to be personal resources instead of a party resource in PvE, but we kept them as, you know, tanks have a raid-wide damage reduction, healers have like a raid-wide healy thing, and DPS have their attacks, then it would be difficult to make them balanced while also being impactful. Because it has to be a world where we assume everyone gets one instance of the best LB that is possible. Which means that it would be like, if healers still have theirs, it would be like, it couldn't possibly rest and fully heal everyone. That would be too powerful. For something that both healers just get for free. Like, part of the reason why all the types of LBs can be so insanely strong is because it is an opportunity cost thing, again, that by choosing to do a melee LB, you're choosing to not have a healer LB. Ninja just kills the boss at 50%. You balance them by making bosses even more savage. I mean, you would probably run into a situation where the way they would would fix it, quote-unquote fix it, would be the same kind of stuff as how they can make sure that the tanks don't have their invulns as bargaining chips. It's just, yeah, the boss opens with a super powerful raid-wide that requires that you have, like, you've creation prognosis or, like, a deployment tactics running, and you also need a few defensive cooldowns. Yeah, basically, we need you to use, like, half of your defensive stuff right out the gate. And then there's a tank boss that one-shots whoever takes it, unless they're invulnerable. It hits the other closest target to them. It's like, oh, right, we've gotten rid of most of your raid defensive cooldowns and also your invulns. Like, it becomes a checklist at some point. That, like, the encounter designer has to be like, well, I don't want them to use an invuln for this, so I have to make sure I lead it with a mechanic that forces their hand. Mongo says, is admittedly kind of clues about high-end content. Fair enough. But the point is just that, Mongo, if you've ever had to rely on a healer LB, like, to save something in, like, a casual duty, like, a trial goes really sideways, just imagine if either the LB gauge would be split evenly in 8 ways, and then you would just never get an LB3 because it would take way too long to generate it. Or it's split evenly and everyone gets an LB, and the generation system is changed. And if everyone had an LB3, it would just make the players too strong. Like, that's what I'm getting at. So you'd have to change it, but if you change it, some of the things would, like, there's no way to make it cool, right? Like, a healer LB that is anything less than an LB3 is just a dud most of the time. So if you had to make the healer LB weaker, it would just be like, I don't think there's anything you could do. You could think, oh, well, it reses everyone with 10% HP. Yeah, that's still insanely good. Because you're still resing everyone. Like, things like that. It would make it so that the tank LB is just a huge barrier instead of, like, 80% damage reduction. Telly says, one could even argue that LBs currently need to be buffed, even though I don't think any job's filler outperforms their respective LB in a situation it'd be good to use. That is... yeah, correct. Which means that the LBs probably don't need to be buffed. Although, that one is a difficult conversation. healer LB can't be buffed. Like, there's nothing you could add. It's already fully maxed out. And it's good in situations where it saves the day. Tank LB is super situational as well. So, like, the reason it's not used much is because you can do it in different ways. The way you can make tank LB better is by nerfing other damage reduction options. Like, that's ultimately it. It's like, if you have a fight where it's like, you choose to use tank LB, like, there's the thing in M4S, the way you can make it so that you no longer choose to use tank LB and you have to is by taking away options. It would be nice if tank LB3 was as long of a duration as tank LB2. It is weird that it is like that. That all the other LBs are objectively superior. Well, yeah, objectively superior. Although let's not kid ourselves. The higher LBs have longer animation locks, so that is of course a quote-unquote drawback. That could be silly. That could be. That melee LB1 could use a little help. The reason why I say that's complicated is because as long as melee LB1 is strong enough, quote-unquote, and melee LB2 is strong enough, quote-unquote, and melee LB3 is strong enough, quote-unquote, blah 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 blah, then there isn't any reason to buff them. The reason you'd have to buff them is the same reason you would have to, like, is similar to, what would be a good example? It's similar to saying Rampart needs to be buffed. All tanks have it. It's perfectly even. Why does that need to be buffed? Because they need more damage reduction. Do they? Who decided that? So then we go back to the LB and go, why does it need to be buffed? If it's so bad that it is better to not use it than use it, then yeah, we are in agreement. It needs to be buffed. But as long as the LB itself is stronger, then the person, like, who we need to ask if it needs to be buffed is the person who decides, or the people who decide how strong LBs are relative to player power. Go, wouldn't it make sense if they were even stronger relative to everything else we do? And they might go, yes. And now we have a justification they need to be buffed. But ultimately, LBs are like, as long as they do what they're set to do, that's fine, right? There's also an additional question that why does it, like, if we're just going back into this crazy loop of Pictomancer, is what significance does it have that Pictomancer's burst is better than melee LB? I'm pretty sure that a warrior's, or rather a Dark Knight's TBN is stronger than a Pictomancer's Tempera Coat. It's not even that, Sunny. I'm saying, why are we comparing apples to oranges by saying Pictomancer's burst versus melee LB, right? Shared resource. That's true, Taldemar. But the Pictomancer can burst while the melee LBs. So you take a melee whose burst is not better and have them LB, but even better idea, you do it while they're not bursting. And yeah, I get that, Bronto. What do you make the healer do a melee LB? Imagine one day we just wake up and then you go into this menu and it just says melee LB, mage LB, ranged LB, healer LB, tank LB, and all 5 are usable by any job. The poor healers, man. They would be forced to do the tank LB. They would have to do the healer LB. They would have to do the damage LB. They'd have to do all the LBs. The only time this wouldn't hurt healers' options by forcing them to be the LB person is if the healers are dead and someone else needs to healer LB. I'm going to punch the boss with extreme prejudice as a sage. Yeah, that's right, Perrin. That was actually something that I briefly touched on when I started talking about the opportunity cost thing. If we look at the mages, for instance, like if we go back to the caster versus ranged physical LB comparison, Pictomancer can LB outside of raid buffs. Like, its filler combo isn't particularly amazing. So like it would be fine. And it doesn't really need all those resources. It has plenty to spare, usually, in my experience. Summoner's basically bursting all the time, so if it uses an LB, it will always mean that it will not use something else. It'll have to like rush through some primals as a result. Red Mage will possibly lose some amount of resource that they might. No, they don't, fella. Limit breaks ignore damage buffs. It's only specific exceptions that get counted, that are usually fight-specific. Red Mage would then lose some resource, which means they might lose a melee combo over the course of the fight. Black Mage, well, most of their damage is like they have a very good sustained damage, so like they straight up lose that, and they might just drop out of Umbral Ice or Astral Fire. Over in the ranged physical department, Machinist would lose heat and battery gauge. Dancer would lose some esprit and possibly a feather. Maybe two, even. Bard would lose some burst shots. So a Bard wouldn't really mind that much. And also, Dancers generate so much esprit that it doesn't really hurt their burst that much. It's more the possible loss of a feather that would annoy them. Machinist might get hurt. But yeah, point being that the rotation alignment argument Perrin is coming with here is exactly the part of the opportunity cost when you have one job LB over a different one. It's like, if you look at the melees, it's like, what's each DPS losing by using LB? They're losing like 3 GCDs. Right? Approximately 4 for some of the faster ones. Actually, approximately 4 GZs are lost for Viper, Ninja, Samurai, and Monk. So... but Ninja's filler kind of sucks, and they don't really have... They're not really building anything in their downtime. Viper's building more Reawakens. Samurai is building for their next burst. Monk is... well, I guess Monk would be able to stomach it as well. Like, they wouldn't need to prepare that much, I think. Dragoon would probably also be fine, but their filler's probably a little bit better than Ninjas, I think. But like, that's the kind of stuff they would look at. Yeah, indeed, Fallon. It's not very well explained, but the PvE limit breaks don't benefit from raid buffs. I say PvE for a reason. PvP limit breaks are affected. But yeah, LBs are complicated. And we got to floor 141 this time. That's a lot of sustaining potions. I don't think I've ever had that many. I might actually eventually reach 999. But yeah, with that said, if you enjoyed this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it here on YouTube. Tells the algorithm that this was an enjoyable stream and like other people to enjoy as well. So thank you so much in advance. And I mean, that is regardless whether you enjoyed this particular limit break and math conversation or if you enjoyed the Palace of the Dead climb, it helps either way. If you would like to be part of the Discord community server, there's a link in the chat right there. There you'll find the schedule where you can see what else is coming up in the coming days on the channel. And there's also an announcement room with links to videos and streams when I put them out. And if you grab the reminder role in the role assignments room, you'll get a notification when I post these things, as well as an extra one right before streams, like 15 minutes before streams start, so you don't miss a second. And if you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can become a member of the channel, you can gift memberships, you can use the super chat stuff, or if you don't like any of that, there's a Ko-Fi link in the chat that Ariel just posted there. It all helps support me and the channel directly so that I can focus on doing stuff like this with all of you. So thank you so much for the support. But that'll be it from me. So good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye!